Hello, viewers and listeners. Jordan here, and welcome to Heroes of Thylea, an actual play of D&D 5th edition. Heroes of Thylea is a Lionhead Gaming production of Odyssey of the Dragon Lords, an epic adventure book for 5th edition created by Arcanum Worlds. It blends classic fantasy with Greek mythology to create an adventure of epic scope, storytelling, and heroes, combined with my own changes to create something unique and wonderful that I hope both you and my excellent cast of close friends enjoy. And so with that, I've talked long enough. It is time for us now to begin with a recap from the wonderful Melanie.
Previously on the Heroes of Thylea, the Oracles chosen sought to reignite the Mithril Forge in order to create weapons that would aid in our eventual battle against the Titans, Sidon and Lutheria. Now, in the base of this mountain, we were about to face one of Lutheria's hounds, a Cerberus, smaller than the one who originally stood within this place, but still not an easy foe. Sophia and Mercury kept at a distance to fire their magic at the monster, and perhaps I should have done the same. But Theamos and Bartholomeos were there, and I was certain they could hold the line, and so I ran towards it, like a sensible person would do. When it looked at me, however, I saw its eyes change from the burning color of fire to a searing cold blue. And I knew then Lutheria was watching, and again she set her sights on me. The Forge Keeper joined us in battle, while Theamos, Bartholomeos, and Atreus struck valiantly, and Amphiria aided with her chakram, spinning them through the air and striking true. The beast was finally slain, and all was quieting. But as that happened, I was hearing a voice in the back of my mind. Lutheria, intrigued with what she saw. I wonder how she plans to toy with me after this. But now the forge is lit, and Vulcan can return to craft weapons and items once again. But the Oracles chosen have more work to do. So join us tonight as we continue our odyssey on Heroes of Thylea.
Very, very nicely done. Go ahead and get yourself, go ahead and reset your mythic inspiration, and go ahead and set it to 1. Very well done recap. And when you get a second, go ahead and bring the cameras down a bit for me. Compare it to the stream so that way everything fits.
Oh, I see now.
All right. As you all have been enjoying the benefits of a long rest within the forge, made comfortable by its reactivation. A few conversations, you also found yourselves more capable, gaining enough experience from this whole ordeal to level up to level 6.
Whoop whoop.
Hey-o.
Definitely giving you new tools and abilities to aid you in the challenges to come. There we go. Don't know why I got out of sorts, but so coming back to the Mithril Forge. It's relatively early in the day, not that you would know that deep underground, around 5 o'clock in the morning on the 27th of Kintion. And in these stirring moments, did you all take watches? sleep
I
collectively.
think we did.
Oh, were we taking a long rest? I thought we were just kind of chilling
We
for a little bit.
We decided to spend the day there and then to take a long rest, I believe, because we were so worn out by the battle. And by we, I really mean Nyx.
Okay.
You just went for a
Yeah,
little swim.
I'd
How'd
say
you get tired after just one little swim?
I probably would
Like,
have
that
taken
was-
like a first watch.
I
I'm
would
not
have
that
taken a
tired.
watch.
Nyx would have slept through the night.
Mm.
Well, then I would have taken second watch since nobody else is. We've got Atreus
During-
taking first. Or Theamos taking first, my bad.
Overwatch. Somebody else doesn't want to take. Okay.
During Thylea watch, would probably be going around the forge, taking inventory of what materials are currently available, just to tell his grandpa, before he gets there and freaks out or anything.
Okay.
I'd take first watch because I'm not beat up. I'm all right. Let everybody else sleep first. If we're taking watches.
Yeah, it sounds like you all are taking watches, which is fine.
It's habit at this point.
While they're taking their watch, Thylea is going to look over towards Sophia. Hey, Sophia,
Yes.
legitimate question. What's your favorite kind of cheese?
I don't know if I have a preference for cheese.
Oh, it's boring.
Has to be
Wow.
craft singles, right?
It's just a question. As we're yelling across the room,
I don't.
bothering everyone.
Can you keep it down? I need my rest. And Nyx pulls the blanket over her head.
Someone's crazy.
I'm exhausted. I'm not taking first watch. I'm not taking any watches. I'm tired. I'm going to bed.
All right, I'll take
Forgot I was
first watch.
exhausted.
Yeah. Some of you pushing yourselves beyond your limits, calling on some mythic inspiration in that fight.
I mean, I'm completely fine. So
Same.
Are now. I assume over the course of the long rest, you also do some egg nurturing on your end, Theamos.
I did, but I already rolled it at the end of the last session.
he just dips it in the
Ah.
lava to keep it warm,
What did I roll?
Saves.
like an Easter egg.
All these deck saves. Why?
In real life, Kobe Jack.
100s. Some of you getting some new magic items.
Do love Kobe Jack.
Ah, okay, I think I see it. Cool. Excellent. All right.
Hit dice return on a rounded down number or rounded up number. For example, I have 5. Was I supposed to get 3 or 2?
Sure it's 2.
I think it's 2, yeah.
Ah. D&D really likes rounded down, except when it doesn't.
That's just how the world works.
Over the course of that long rest, you will enjoy the odd comfort of this place. Most of you having to try to find the softest patch of stone to lay on, though thankfully tempered a bit with bedrolls and other packed camping supplies. Though Nyx, towards the end of your rest, so to speak, you find yourself in what would best be described as strange dream. You find yourself floating on what feels like water underneath you. Looking around, you can see what looks like the glittering of stars next to you, and then you realize that they are just reflected from up above you. A gorgeous night sky, nary a cloud to be seen, and it's strangely peaceful. You don't really hear the sound of nature around you, just the soft movement of this water and your own breath.
Like I'm standing on water or I'm floating within it?
Floating within it.
I'm just going to float there in peace. It's been quite some time since I had a dream so serene. I'd like to enjoy it.
For a time you do, and then you sort of notice maybe opening your eyes to adjust yourself after relaxing. The stars in the sky just seem to be twinkling out, one by one by one. The canvas of night growing more and more. You think maybe it's just a cloud, but you realize you don't see one. They're just disappearing.
I'm going
And
to try to
then-
swim up towards the stars.
It's just air above you. And then as the stars seem to fall away, eventually you're just left with black. And then black becomes white, but in a small little space. Almost like the moon, though not emitting any light. And you can see it sort of turn and shift and look down at you. And you realize it's not the moon. It's a singular eye. Floating seemingly with nothing else around it, just a single eyeball looking down at you with this distinct and harsh red iris. And then it is joined by another eye with another red iris, though floating weirdly enough almost directly across from it. Not like two sets of eyes, but two singular eyes across from you, exactly. Looking down at you. And then last but not least, a third peering down from up above you. This trio of singular eyes, each red iris looking down at you. And then you hear it. Oh dear. Things have been quite difficult for you, haven't they, darling?
Who are you?
Who are we? We are an interested party, so to speak. Who are you, Nyx?
Seems you've done the introductions for me.
Have we, though? A name is not who you are, is it?
I am a star from the Cerulean Gulf, who left her islands and crossed the seas, who made home in the mountains, and who have crossed the lands of Thylea. And I like to think this star is going to eventually strike down Thylea for all that she has done to me, my family, and all of those upon this world.
Distinctly from the right eye, you hear this sort of soft giggle. Always so proud they are. That is not a bad answer, though. You have a good sense, I suppose, of who you think you should be. But that may not be all who you are. Your strands are quite interesting, Nyx. They lead somewhere even we cannot see. But perhaps if we were to meet, perhaps if you were to come see us, we could see you.
Where?
In due time, you will find yourself across the seas, and you will have to pay a visit to us. You are not the only one. There are many amongst you who have, well, questions that they need answered from fate.
Fates.
Good to see your wisdom has not been overestimated.
I don't understand. You wish an interest of me. Does it have to do with, well, my disappearing strand for one, but what of Lutheria and her interference of my life?
Lutheria, Schmutheria, it is not a concern of ours what it is she wants. She has never really cared for us. Neither us for her, but oaths bound, oaths hold true, and so we persist, controlling fate, even if she wishes to.
So when we cross the seas, we'll need to come across you. Any strands you can give us on how it is we are going to get there?
Oh, I'm
there's a ship.
sure that wretched little sea witch has told you enough on that. But we come bearing a bit of a gift for you, but I suppose it is not a gift. More something for you to buy.
Pray tell, what's the price?
What say you to that, eh? We have
Say
an
to
interest. Yes, debt. A favor, if you will.
That's all it is. You give me this gift and I owe you a sort of favor.
Yes. It is not something that we will bind you to by oath. But, well, we are watching over your strands.
About to say, the hubris you'd have to not bind me by oath. What is this gift? I'm not going to agree to something so blindly.
A bit of guidance, a little prophecy for our little prophet. Valis has been silent in her guidance of you, has she not? You climb to the mountain and hope to hear from her, but you do not. She is too busy, too occupied, we understand. But we can see too. We can offer you what we see.
Nyx goes quiet for a moment, just contemplating, eyes darting back and forth. Then she looks up to the center eye. I'll take it.
Well chosen. As you can see, each of the eyes above you sort of now pull together into the strange sort of triangle looking down at you, each of their red irises glowing with what looks like power. Now, be sure to remember what we say, for we do not like to repeat ourselves. And for a moment, everything seems to go quiet. You can see their eyes sort of spin almost in place as if they're rolling back in their own heads, but there is no head for them to roll into. And as they sort of slowly come back around, you can see each of them looking down at you now. It almost looks like they're like the thick sort of glowing red iris that was surrounding this disembodied eye is now a thin red line, almost imperceptible if you were not so sharply eyed, and just a massive pupil as though gazing into infinite darkness. With Heroes 7 and 2 labors done, your paths now merged and destiny won. As power dwindles and faith now weak, the Pantheon's future may look bleak. But with your rise in fortune and fame, endeavor you must not to sour your name. Weapons to salvage and sparks of hope to light will prove to all your collective might. Then called to answer by a parent lord, to city you'll travel to seek reward. But heed this warning and listen you must, for he is cunning and unworthy of trust.
Man in a
Yeah.
town where we'd seek reward. Do I have a handout, or did I just type everything for nothing?
I mean, I can copy paste it from my post-it note,
Please, yes. Please give me.
but eh.
Because I was like 2 lines behind when we got halfway in. I was like, oh fuck. I thank you for this gift, Fates. Whatever this favor is, you know where to find me, I presume. Everyone
Oh.
seems to know where to find me these days.
That is true. That is true. As you can see, the pupil start to shrink back down to what would best be described as looking like a normal, giant, disembodied eye, as the 3 of them sort of separate back out.
It's a stock standard one when you get at
Yeah,
Walmart.
yeah, just a normal, normal 25-foot eye.
Store brand floating eyeball.
The power seeming to leave this sort of dull, bloody red coming back into its place. But do not find yourself filled with worry, Nyx, though I do not wager you will. You have peace to enjoy for now, I suppose.
It's what you say, then I hope it's true. I've no reason to doubt those who keep their eyes on my threads.
Doubt? No. But trust? Well, maybe in time, as the left eye seems to sort of just spin in place and then just collapse down in on itself, disappearing. And then the right, and last there's just the center eye and floating, seeming closer and closer now down towards you. This giant disembodied eye also sort of shrinking down, but not collapsing into non-existence. Just almost the size of a head. What are you? And it disappears.
Honestly, I'm starting to wonder that myself.
Short order, you find yourself floating in this dark sea, and quickly the sky seems to sort of fill back up with these stars.
For now, peace. As I go to lay back down upon the ocean and float again serenely.
time from that serene place you find yourself almost falling asleep while you're already asleep in a dream, before being woken up just sort of naturally by the passage of time, seemingly well rested and in a better sort than you were. As do the rest of you. You really just go put up a giant fucking bubble over that, god damn it.
Fucking Sophia! You can't have the hut to yourself.
Place is filled with lava, man. I don't trust fucking that shit.
She can do what she wants. She's Sophia.
I don't need somebody picking me up and throwing me in lava in the middle of the night.
Nyx is going to get up. She's going to quickly shuffle through her bag and pull out a piece of parchment and start scribbling down the words from the fates.
I'm gonna go say hi to everybody.
Bestest bird boy.
Bird goes brr. Ivis, good to see that you're doing well this morning.
Some flip.
Hmm?
He chirps and like does a flip, kind of like flop around in the air excitedly. Very Inferior-esque moment.
Very energetic. Quite like the youngling, I see. Oh, as a cautionary measure, I look at my arms after I'm done writing their words. It occurs to me that another presence have just demanded something of my existence, and I look to my arm with Luceria's mark, and I look at the other one. I'm looking for evidence to see that this actually happened, and I'm not insane, or
You
that
don't
they haven't
find any.
branded my skin. Okay. I continue writing.
Will do.
Did you send me the thing?
Copy
Send me the
pasted it.
poem. I
It's in the
demand
chat.
the words. It's in the
It's in the
chat.
chat. Yeah, it's in the chat.
Oh, my thing wasn't all the way at the bottom. That's why I didn't see it.
I hated that.
I think my token's stuck in a wall. It won't let me move.
I just keep sitting wall too.
Good morning, I suppose. We intend to go back to Astoria today. Is that the plan? I'm sorry, I can't remember.
Nah, I mean, I don't recall the plan either.
Trusted. I don't think we really made a decision.
Yeah, we did. We're going to go back to Astoria for the time being so we can get Gramps and talk to the dwarven leader, see if he has more information about the other rings so that we can actually get into the vault before we just start wandering around aimlessly and then getting to the vault and then not being able to get in.
Well, that makes sense, I suppose.
There's little point in trying to get into the vaults without the signet rings.
Right, the vault.
Plus, we want to get Gramps here as soon as possible so that he can at least start on the stuff he needs to make us.
Yeah, but I mean, he's probably gonna need like other supplies. Like they said that, like a hide of a divine beast and horn of a corrupt minotaur. I mean, who knows what else? Maybe like scales of a sea serpent, or like a hoofs of a centaur, or All
Well, I
kinds
mean,
of weird
He needs
things.
those things until we talk.
yeah,
They mentioned those things.
he'll know those things when we get here. When he gets here, and we tell him what we want, and then he tell us what we need to
Well,
get to make them.
Well, yeah. I mean, like, is that the plan? Or are we just kind of going shopping, like carousing for different kinds of items?
I
We
think,
still got to do that Acropolis thing, right?
well, yes, but how are we supposed to go shopping, as you say, if we don't know what items we need before we
Oh no,
bring
we're
them
gonna go
here?
talk to him. And he's gonna give us a list.
I think we should start with just bringing him here first. Let him get acclimated to his surroundings, see what it is that he can do. Because I'm sure whatever supplies he needs is also going to depend on what it is that we want. Because I don't know about most of you. I can use some weapons, but it seems, Mercury, you're more adept at casting magic, as well as Sophia. I highly doubt crafting a sword for you is going to do.
I mean, they look pretty, but I don't know why you'd use one.
What about a sword that shoots magic swords?
I mean, why don't? That sounds more something like you or your pa would have.
I thought the whole point of the forge was to recreate relics of old that needed to be found first. We have no such things to be reforged.
True, but if we get him here, he can make us other stuff while we go look for those relics.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true.
I mean, either way, I'm buying a nicer bedroll. I mean, we don't ever really get to sleep in an inn anymore, and like this ain't real comfy. I mean, I don't know about all y'all, but I ain't used to sleeping in a what is it, like a lava den forge place.
You say that as if we've also experienced that. I don't know about most of you.
I mean, you pretty well traveled, Nix.
Yes, but I have a bedroll, a blanket, and a tent. I usually sleep rather with comfort in mind. I've never slept in something as like this, though. The closest I got was when I lived in the mountains.
Yep. Well, should we get going?
I believe that would be wise.
Does Atreus want to say goodbye to his lady friend?
Do I still want to what?
Say goodbye to his lady friend?
He just peers over the lava. I guess not.
Oh, damn. All right, just
I've had better.
pick up those boots and just tiptoe on out of here.
Hey, you seem distracted. Are you alright?
Hmm?
You seem distracted. Are you alright?
I had a dream. And, it would seem that I'm being watched not only by Lutheria, but by the Fates as well.
Oh.
They've provided me with a warning of sorts, but it's in riddles. I'm still trying to decipher it. Actually, Sophia, perhaps you would be able to aid. Nyx pulls out this piece of paper and is to read from it. With Hero 7 and 2 labors done, your paths now merged and destiny one. As power dwindles and faith now weak, the Pantheon's future may look bleak. But with your rise in fortune and fame, endeavor you must to not sour your name. Weapons to salvage and sparks of hope to light will prove to all of your collective might. Now, this next part is the one I'm most concerned about. Then called to answer by apparent lord, to city you'll travel to seek reward. But heed this warning and listen you must, for he is cunning and unworthy of trust.
Interesting.
It is concerning.
I'm not sure what town it is that we are going to be called to, or if they're referring to Astoria, or maybe Mitros if we haven't been there before. But whoever it is that we are going to be answering to, we should probably be cautious.
Choose law.
Astoria, considering it says apparent lord and seeking reward, whereas Astoria, it's really very much a lord, and we would be seeking to fulfill a promise, not to receive a reward.
It could also
Though-
be a play on words. Of
Yes.
a parent and a parent lord.
Hmm.
Then again, deciphering prophecy never really goes well in the legends, does it?
What's that? Is Pathor fucking shit up again?
I extend the note to Theamos. The voices, Theamos.
The voices.
I smile at him.
Damn, just kind of reads through the notes. Why do these people never actually speak plainly? Why is everything a riddle?
I mean, that's usually how they work.
Yes, powerful beings like to be very mysterious and unclear. Even the elders on my island, when they would tell us lore of Lutheria, was always in riddles and song. It was never straightforward.
Is it a kinky thing? Is this how they get off?
I mean, yeah, it kind of is, actually. They kind of enjoy it to a sense. I mean, they want you to work for it, right? And so they think they're clever or trickery and all that jazz. And they kind of, get their jollies by doing all that jazz.
Oh well. I'm not into kink shaming, so oh well.
They also mentioned Valis might be busy. She hasn't been answering my prayers, hasn't been visiting me in my trances. I don't know if it's anything we need to concern ourselves with now. I mean, all of the gods seem to be rather busy these days, especially Vulcan, now that we've got the Forge lit, and Pythor, now that Astoria is fine, and especially Kira, who's probably going to have to resume travel with us.
I mean, she's already right here.
I wasn't referring to her bird, Mercury.
Well, I mean, she is the bird, and the bird is her.
Can you talk to the bird?
Yeah.
Or talk to you?
Does the bird talk back?
Yeah, I mean, it goes tweet, tweet, and whatnot. I don't understand bird. Not like donkey.
So that... Oh, no, never mind. You understand donkey?
Yeah.
I have to say, Mercury, I'm impressed. I've never met anybody who was fluent in ass.
I mean, it's a pretty coveted thing. You pick it up pretty frequently when you're in the inns.
Oh, go ahead and get yourself a training point for that.
Hell yeah!
Oh my goodness.
Do we need anything else from this Cerberus?
Yeah, I mean, Sophia, you get everything like the eyes and the throat and the tongue and the teeth and the claws and all that jazz. No tails,
that
though.
I think may be of value, yes.
All right.
Thanks to Inferior.
So let's
With it-
push it into lava
with it-
and
yeah,
let's
with
be
it-
done with it.
But I mean, is it gonna even melt? I mean, it went in lava before. Do you think that just something to do with it being
honestly,
alive?
Mercury, I do not care if it melts. I just no longer want the sight of it before me.
But
Sure,
you ever
it's also-
smelled
it's good.
burnt hair?
I mean, it doesn't really burn. It was immune to the lava when it took Nixon. It'll probably
Yeah.
just float there for a while.
I just
mean-
want it to sink. Is that so much to ask?
Well, I mean, dead things don't sink. They float.
Yeah, that's
But also,
true.
it's not water; it's lava, so it might still sink.
I mean, but they want to get all up like in the forge keepers like
I'm
area.
just trying to like push it in.
Nix has already started going around to try to push it from the other side.
Give me an athletics check, Theamos, with advantage from Nyx. Yeah, it's
20.
a matter of course for you, Theamos. This is a heavy and weighty dead beast, but with the appropriate application of force at the right point, you're able to tip it over so that gravity begins to do the other half of the work. And it just sort of slides and scrapes against the stone as it sinks into the lava all around you. And for a moment, it seems to sort of just float there. You can see like bubbles and embers billowing up around it, and slowly but surely, it begins to sink.
Well, that takes care of that.
Does it smell?
Yeah, a lot like cooking fowl meat, I suppose. It has a sort of noxious odor to it.
Yep.
Well, I'm out.
So I will just, as I start to smell it, I'll just do a little, little gust. Get that stink out of me. Get on. Out there.
I'm kind of like walking beside Ephemera, and I look to her and ask her, is this little one the same one that fell before?
Yes. I just had to rebuild him somewhat.
It's a very impressive, child. You hold the gifts of the Earth Mother herself.
Why, thank you.
I'm kind of just holding my hand out so he'll fly around in it.
He accepts your offer.
Trias, can you take that with us? As I point to the gigantic horn laying on the ground.
I don't know. Can I, God? How big is it?
It is pretty hefty. But it is also hollow, which helps in terms of weight.
Okay, so I don't have my shield AC, and I'm gonna bludgeon people with this thing because I imagine it takes 2 hands. Putting my shield on is an action.
Bop people with your gigantic horn. Now it seems.
Oh, I hope this doesn't devaluate it or whatever the fuck, lowers its value.
Depreciate.
Yeah, depreciate. There you go.
I remember the elevator requiring that orb.
Did it?
Perhaps it doesn't require it to go up?
The troglodytes used it without the orb.
That's
Oh,
correct.
okay.
They also didn't come down to this level.
That's perhaps it. The orb was used to get down this far. The
I mean,
troglodytes didn't have that.
Can't hurt to just try it.
I suppose
Yeah,
we must.
If we needed to get back down here, we could always just ask the Forge Keeper to just pop down, grab it, and give it to us.
Fair enough. I step in.
Thing is that Trace just peers over the lava. Forge Keeper. And just calls.
Hey, boo!
Are you busy?
Lose my number.
Are you
Hey,
up?
babe,
Are you
Hey,
awake?
you up?
No, shrugs.
what you doing?
Yeah, as you
I
sort
don't know,
of,
do you
as you
give me
sort of
any way to contact her?
Yeah, as you call out to her, you can feel this sort of pull on your chest, a lot like the weight of an oath. This connection that the Forge Keeper spoke of when you first got together, as it were, and said that you would feel if she wanted to see you, if she was beckoning you to come visit her. As slowly but surely you can see the lava in this general space start to sort of bubble and pop and turn over as a cresting head pops out, wreathed in flame, seemingly wiping sleep away from her eyes.
Oh, you can't hear me. Oh.
Little components of that gift of yours. What is it, Atreus?
We're heading up now.
Oh,
I think the
okay.
next course of action we have is the necropolis.
Necropolis. I can't say that I really know what that is, but I'm sure you'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Is that all you wanted?
Just nods. With his giant horn.
Stay safe. Don't be a stranger. Sink back into the lava.
Honestly, I wasn't expecting that to work. What do I do? Do I just duck at the lava?
Might be one of those things about intentions.
And indeed,
You
as you all
intend
sort
to
of
see her, perhaps if you intend to see her, perhaps there's some sort of connection with the magic that way. It's usually how some of my trances work.
Magic mumbo jumbo. Alright, make room. This horn is big.
indeed, as you all make your way into the elevator, you find that it does not seem to have that sort of anything indicating that it needs the orb at this point, and just sort of giving it a test and trying to go back up to what level? Like all the way up.
Can we do like the Charlie and Chocolate Factory thing and just shoot up into the sky?
Yeah.
Break through the
Maybe-
ceiling,
maybe
fly
one
over
day.
the mountain.
I mean, I got wings, but I mean, can't carry
Probably
around
all the way up.
people.
Like, what is all the way up the floor where we first
Came in from the waterfall.
Sure.
Yeah, that's why we
We want to hit.
chocolate
I
eggs.
hit the L button and take me to the lobby.
That's where you
Roger
can.
that.
That's where you can get yourself some snacks.
I thought the entrance was on the second level, not the top level.
I press gift shop. Thamos, I thought about your question.
I thought you said you didn't have a preference.
In base, I don't. You know, if we're talking about supplies, hard cheddar is fine. It's fatty, cheap, and lasts. If you're thinking of a gift, fuel, but bring your coin purse.
What? You said bring your coin purse. What did you say right before that? Pure?
Fuel. Type of cheese.
Oh,
Oh.
Are you sure?
The fuck is pure?
Oh, with a P. I thought you said mule. All right.
Nix, do you know what pure is?
Sounds expensive.
It's very
Do I know what it is?
expensive.
Is that a real thing or not?
It's the most expensive cheese in the world. It's $600 a pound.
Excellent.
Hot damn.
As you all should be in the
Wait, but
elevator.
donkey-
Wait a minute. Wait, he doesn't get a training point for that cheese research?
Where's Pule cheese from?
Yeah, is it Greek?
From the Balkans.
It just exists.
Serbian.
No, wait,
donkey.
it's a Balkan donkey from Siberia, yeah.
A Siberian cheese?
Yeah.
No.
Donkey cheese.
We have Eddie.
Somebody doesn't like Siberia. I see how it is.
Do we have to kill Eddie to do it?
Wait, what?
We're here.
It's just the way out. I remember. I think it is.
Oh
He
yes, lots
remembers
of
the way out.
corpses.
I just
I
walk and start
do.
doing the Teresta.
Oh, you know, that reminds me. As I pass the Troglodyte King, Sophia, do you still have that crown?
I forgot I'm blind.
Sure, I think so. I think I was holding on to it.
May I have it? I've thought about it. I think I'd like it.
Sure. Start digging through my bag.
Wait, what about that staff?
Do you want it? I have no need for it.
It's a wild thing.
I mean, it looks kind of evil.
Magic is interpretive. It's not the kind of magic I prefer to use, and most necrotic and poison type of items tend to not be favorable to most people.
A fireball can be evil,
Exactly.
yet you use it.
An hour
Just
ago, I would
just what you
say
need.
that it would be quite useful. But then it seems like something spoke to Nyx and said that we should not sour our names. Maybe appearances are even more important than the tool that it is.
You think we can get a good bit of money for it?
Would it be bad
Is
if
it-
we were to sell it?
Is it wrong to sell it, or should we just chuck it down that giant hole in front of us?
I mean, you could just hide it when we're in public.
Perhaps I have another idea. Why don't we ask Vulcan if he can use it for something?
Oh, yep, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
If we're not going to use it, and it clearly has access to magic, and we need to craft items that also include magic, perhaps any items that we do not want for ourselves can just go to him.
At the very
Absolutely
least, it should be
perfect.
valuable.
Nyx is going to take the crown from Sophia and just put it atop her head.
Is there anything you need to harvest from these corpses before we can be on our way?
Next thing, you gotta shift it just a little bit. Little.
I put it on exactly how I like it, Mercury.
Alright, just saying. Little doggy wampus.
I took a sample of the flesh and the strange material from before. I don't see much else that's worth scavenging that already hasn't been scavenged by something else.
Very well. Then let us be on.
Oh,
Go
can't go that way.
around caverns. Is the starry goop still on the ceiling? Nyx is going to be looking as she walks by.
Yeah, good on you for looking up. Yeah, so looking at the starry goop, it definitely seems to still be there, though strangely enough, you can see what looks like the extremely early morning sky as well. Not maybe just only the brightest stars left, as it's, like I said, about 5 o'clock in the morning. But additionally, you realize that you're feeling a bit of a cool breeze sort of waft down into this place from up above. It seems like a very sizable sort of hole in the rock itself seems to have perhaps collapsed open or torn itself open. It's kind of hard to make sense of it, but you can just about see outside.
Hey, Nyx, you coming?
Did we ever collect samples of that?
I do. As I retrieve the piece of flesh that has the piece of the strange starry ichor stuck to it that I took from the dead Cerberus.
That's all we need. Thanks, Sophia.
Indeed. I took it back away.
This, I think, is a wall.
I think it's technically a wall.
Yeah, we can't get through
Like
it.
that's
We
tokens.
can't-
Oh, okay.
We have
Yeah,
to
we
get
can't.
manually.
We can't go under
over
the
the bridge.
bridge.
We have to get manually put under the bridge.
Help us, God.
God.
And this is where their journey ended.
Trapped in the Mithril Forge.
It used
Stuck
to be
under
doors.
a bridge.
Now it's bridges.
I mean, we always go out down by the Forge Keepers.
Because we
Atreus,
didn't
I follow
answer
now.
the Trolls Riddles 3.
Gonna throw Atreus
What
into
is
the
it,
pit.
baby?
Goodbye, Atreus.
Oh, I hit the wall. I can't navigate. Wow, look at that.
I wonder if the rushing water calmed down. The one we struggled with on the way over.
Oh, the river?
Yeah,
I've
the
been
river.
working on something that will make it a bit easier for us.
Oh, good to know.
Sophia always has a plan.
She's real
Always.
smart.
Short order, you find yourself ascending that slippery path back
Go
up
Sophia Squad.
towards the away from this waterfall and back towards perhaps the entrance to the dwarven citadel itself, one that had collapsed rock in front of it. It seemed to be a sort of self-sabotage, a last-ditch effort, as
Oh my.
Blind. Oh, that's like a cool waiting screen.
Going to the theater of the mind. Going on a journey for imagination. Theater of the mind here on Heroes of Thylea.
Heroes, our favorite.
Yes, we get it. It's a circle. We get it, Theomos. We get it. Yeah, I'll get this one for you too. Oh, she beat me to it.
You guys will play with anything, huh?
Yeah.
She said.
For children, have you not noticed?
Yeah,
Still
we're
put
actually
around.
like 10.
I mean, it just made up a song about the theater of the mind.
And I made a butt joke earlier.
Yeah.
You should all be ashamed of yourselves!
As
Hashtag
you'll
no
find
shame.
yourself outside. Let's see. A bit of time has passed, about an hour or so since you all woke up. It was about 6:04 in the morning. You can see the sun just sort of cresting over a bit of the natural landscape, though you have some high rising rocks separating you from it. As you find yourselves coming back up the path and now standing, presumably, if you're going back the way you came, in front of the large citadel doors that have been collapsed and closed in, and then looking in front of you on the path that you walked down to get here, you see just a strewn, what looks like half collapsed mountainside. Large boulders and rocks seem to block your path in front of you, and you can see strewn across these large rocks more of that same starry ichor.
Well, that don't look good.
That wasn't there when we came here, right? Or am I stupid? I'm pretty sure I'm not stupid.
No,
No, I'm
you're-
pretty sure you're not stupid neither.
You might have
Wasn't.
your moments, but this isn't one of them.
There's probably. You think this is where that hole came out of?
It must be.
It might have. Do I remember it being a hole last time we had checked it like the day before? Or it was all covered, right?
It was certainly hard to tell. Looking up, it just seemed like starry darkness, but at the same time, that could have been the night sky after a point. A combination of distance and sort of focusing on the ichor. Maybe there was a hole and you didn't notice it, or it was just small. The addition of sunlight certainly helped contrast it with the sort of ephemeral shimmering goop on the rock in the interior.
Are you able to like get to this ichor, or is it like high in the sky, or I
Said it
can't
was on
touch it?
rocks.
Yeah, like looking
on
at
the
it in front of
landslide.
you, it's like it almost seems to be coating some of the rocks.
Can I like
these look like-
examine it? Like, if it, I'll like poke it with a stick, and if it like dissolves the stick, I won't touch it. But like, if the stick is fine, I'll probably like pick
Lick
a
it.
little bit with my fingers,
Science, that is fine.
test the consistency and stuff, see what the fuck this thing is.
Yeah, sort of scraping at it with a stick, it seems to sort of cling to it with a sort of viscosity that reminds you, Theamos, you've experienced enough. It sort of reminds you of thick, dried blood.
Oh,
I remember the Troglodyte King mentioned this starry force. It came in like a physical presence. Magic like rolling night that killed the Cerberus.
What the hell would do that?
You sniff it.
did we ever ask the Forge Keeper about it?
She was
Oh,
down
damn.
here.
True idiots.
The Forge Keeper wasn't aware of what was going on.
That's
Not-
true.
Not too much, at
Get out of a
least.
pit. That would
Didn't
slow
even
her.
know the Cerberus was dead.
Does it look like we can move any of these rocks to get by?
Yeah, you especially Sophia. Sophia would recall acutely that she didn't know that the Cerberus was dead until the young Cerberus came to visit her.
Oh, right.
I lick it.
So do
They
we
came to
really kind
visit
of
her.
idiots.
Wait, Theamos, wait. That has
No.
necrotic magic infused
No,
into it.
he
I do
licked
not
it. Let him lick
recommend that.
it.
It should be fine. It's only a little bit. I just need to see what it is.
He's the
As
son
you
of a
pull-
god. He can lick it.
As you pull it towards yourself, you can see just sniffing at it and then trying to go to lick it. You can feel this strange sort of pull on yourself before it even touches your tongue. As soon as it gets close to your face, you can feel it almost feels like it's just pulling on your lips and on your tongue and on your nose, like it's trying to stretch and rip it off of yourself.
You put it away as soon as you say something like that. I don't know what the concept of a black hole is. It's like I don't know what a vacuum is either. It's weird.
It was sucking on your face.
So it was the dragon that didn't know that Cerberus was dead.
Yes.
Getting my things mixed up.
I have another theory.
All right.
I say most unzips.
What do you think it is?
What are you
Theamos.
unzipping for, Theamos?
I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, as you sort of
Have
feel that
zippers.
force on your face, Theamos, you can't help but remember the twisted body of the Cerberus with these large, contorted chunks of flesh on it that seem like they were being pulled into an infinite and increasingly small single point, like these spires of flesh being ripped from it.
Maybe my dad knows something about this. Or Kira. Kira knows stories.
That's true. She does.
But I thought the bud doesn't talk back.
I mean, we're going back.
Kira.
That's the
Kira.
actual Kira. I don't think that's how you speak bird.
You see the sort of canary just sort of pop up on your shoulder and sort of look over at Theamos, and then just look at you, Mercury, and then just sort of bring out its wings in this sort of defeated-looking shrug.
Yeah, she don't know. She don't know.
Oh God. Okay.
I told you.
We have the sample that Sophia picked up from the Cerberus. Take it to one of them.
Wait, so like it felt like it was trying to like suck your face off?
Yeah, it was like pulling my skin away from me.
I mean,
That could have been how it defeated the Cerberus. I mean, there were pockets of it as if it was taking it out in pieces.
Sophia, I'm not the smartest person out there, but couldn't we like put these in like jars and stuff and like make them as like some kind of device that we would throw at people and get it on them and like mess them up, like a kind of like a sucky bomb or something.
That could prove to be a powerful weapon. However, I'm nervous
it-
to use something I don't know about.
Well, I mean that's why I
Yes.
asked Sophia. She real smart.
Yes.
It seemed
Yeah, you'd
like
have a
once the
frame of
troglodyte
reference for it.
said there was some kind of sentience to the thing. Or at least it was controlled in some way. This seems inert. But I'm not saying it's impossible. We can gather a good bit, although my alchemical supplies are drawing low.
I mean, I still got this jug of yours.
Aren't all the drugs on your
I thought
donkey?
the donkey had the jug.
Yeah, Eddie's out here.
No, we're not. We're not.
We had
That
it.
Across the river.
the donkey is across the river. We have to go across the river to get
So I
back
could just
to
go
him.
fly, get him real quick, bring the jug back.
Are you gonna carry your donkey here?
You couldn't.
It's just
carry...
a jug.
Oh, that's,
Oh, that's
bad.
smart.
Last
How
time I
far away
checked,
are we
a
from
jug
We'll
is not
come
as
back.
heavy as a donkey. I mean,
We'll come back. It'll probably still be here, honestly.
We'll collect a few vials, but it won't be much.
Do you know an alchemist in town you can take it to?
I do.
isn't that in Davos? Isn't that his name?
I didn't know if we knew that she was working with Davos.
Sophia, as you come up to these rocks, distinctly different from the flesh that you have scavenged this stuff from previously, trying to gather it, you can feel that same sort of pulling force that Theamos described, though on your presumably gloves.
A big old needle.
Oh, you can use a big old needle. Nice. Yeah, as you're able to sort of, it's a painful process because you're essentially trying to
Yeah,
gather.
because it's a needle.
No, you're essentially trying to gather half-dried paint off of rocks with a needle, and it
Right.
definitely takes a bit of time. But you were able to, I would say, are you collecting it in separate vials or like just, and then sticking it all into one big jar, so to speak?
No, just thinking like getting 3 little finger-sized vials. Seeing that it's
Yeah,
a giant
you could-
pain in the ass to get any of this. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
get
it
a ton.
is. It is a pain in the ass for sure. It would take you probably about 5 minutes per vial.
I'm gonna do that and get 3 vials of Star Ichor.
Start.
Is all this rubble in our way, like, going anywhere? Or?
Is the goop like it's on the rocks before us? Does it look like there's like a path that it's going?
Like the
Eh.
rocks?
Is there a big slug trail away from the hole?
Yeah, is there like starry goop spatter?
Yeah, so looking around as best you can, it's pretty obvious once you sort of start looking around, you get more sunlight as well. You don't see a hole at your level. You look up and you realize that there is just a hole almost kind of rent and blasted through the rock a ways up. And the only reason you see it, besides the fact that it's a huge hole in the stone, is you notice some more of that ichor on the side of the mountain. And it just looks like something rent and clawed and pulled itself out of the stone, and all of this rock came down with it as it basically blew open the mountain, and it collapsed down in front of you. So looking down where you are, there doesn't really seem to be much of a path. It just looks like the entire area is just strewn with rubble and sort of blocked up like a rock slide of sorts. And you can see this must have been maybe dropped on it, because looking at the rocks, all of the ichor seems to be mostly on the top of the rocks. It doesn't seem to be on the sides, like it was falling down onto it.
Perhaps it dripped? That doesn't seem the right word. But-
Honestly,
You can give me
looking at
an
it,
investigation or insight for if you're trying to like CSI it together.
yeah. That's a giant
See if it was moving somewhere, if it was literally just like a volcano eruption, just pressure exploding outside the mountain.
You said insight?
Insider investigation.
But
Got
that's
25.
not bad. That's pretty good.
Where's the investigation button? There it is.
Ooh.
2.
Yeah, just sort of busy focused on gathering up these vials, or sort of looking over and just seeing the patterns on the rocks. But the rest of your allies, just with more free time, especially Nyx, you kind of think about it for a bit. You sort of look at what it is you're seeing, not in great detail, but just running through possible situations in your head, trying to figure out what experience may tell you. And you think maybe this was dripped onto it, like it was falling onto it, like whatever this was coming from, if it was coming from something, it rained down onto the rocks. And I would say with even with a 10 in investigation, looking up at the hole, Sophia, you would quickly be able to determine this doesn't really seem to have anything to do with like pressure or a proper eruption, any tectonic activity. Looking at the deformation of the rock just above, you can see more of those sort of rent and twisted components of the stone, like it was being pulled apart by something more than forced open by an explosion.
Looks like it was poured onto these rocks. And you said, like, there's just a hole. So there's like a rock ceiling above us, and there's just this hole in it.
No, not a rock ceiling above you. Just
We're
sort
outside.
of, yeah, you're outside,
Like-
so you'd have the open sky, but you're essentially standing next to a mountain, right? And that mountain, about 40, 50 feet up, has a big rent open hole in it. And that hole has what looks like a stream of this star ichor going down the side of it, along with more of those strange sort of contorted and twisted formations around it, like the Cerberus's body did. And it seems whatever happened, more of that ichor dripped onto the rock below.
So
Okay, but this is like all on the same side of a mountain. It's not like a
Yeah.
mountain and then rocks off to the side.
Yeah, the rocks seem to have just fallen off of the mountain, blocking up the path and getting covered in this stuff. Oh god, what is this this pale green drawing on
It's the
white
mountain.
rock
The mountain.
on white?
how
Yeah,
are we gonna
it's
get
more
past
or
this?
less it.
Like I mentioned before, it seemed like something was sentient. Either made up of this substance or created it like a squid
Wait, like venom?
or venom.
Yeah, I was wondering if it was acidic in nature between the pit in the forge and the hole above with this kind of stuff. It could be a combination, or it could just be that force that Theamos is feeling. It's hard to tell until we can see where it comes from. What thing it comes from.
Not that I'm very eager to get close to it.
I guess did that.
What this means, it killed the Cerberus and was still there for quite a while. It only left when we arrived, since we didn't see this on our way in.
What if it was watching us?
Well, perhaps if it killed the Cerberus, it arrived and killed the Cerberus while we were in Kristrax's lair. We might not have noticed it.
I believe the original Cerberus had been dead for quite a while.
Yes, that's what I remember from the Troglodyte King.
Longer than a single day.
Did Letheria make the Cerberus?
I believe so, yes. She's known for making all sorts of abominations.
Do you think like she made something new and wanted to test it, like one of her greatest hits?
I wouldn't
And
be
then like,
surprised.
so then,
And to be quite honest, Mercury, that could be it. The thing that scares me the most about it is that it looks exactly like the way my magic manifests. And as you can all tell, Lutheria and I are quite connected.
Well, maybe it's friendly. I mean, it killed the Cerberus. Maybe it's not a creature of this area. Maybe
I mean,
it's a
anything that
good thing.
excretes ooze that wants to suck your face off, I don't think it's really friendly.
I mean, a lot of guys want to suck my face off, but like, they're not evil.
Well, I mean, obviously, Theamos, I mean, look at you, but I think this would actually hurt you.
A bit less pleasant form of sucking face, as it were.
Oh my god.
Whenever this thing
let's go ahead and get
is,
yourself a
it
training point.
awoke, killed the Cerberus, and then possibly went back to sleep, only for us to rouse it again upon our arrival. At the end of the day, though, we don't know what it is, we don't know what its purpose is, and we don't know where it is. Unless in theory you can track it from here to see where it went.
Perhaps if it dripped more and left a trail.
But how are we going to get past all these rocks in front of us, though? Like,
How
the
big are
path
the
is
rocks?
blocked.
Bushwhacking.
What was that, Inferior?
Bushwhacking.
Oh.
How big are the rocks?
Is it just a wall?
It doesn't seem like a solid wall, for sure, but they do seem to be quite sizable rocks. It's definitely enough to impede your passage, though it is certainly not impossible. It might just be more time consuming.
I mean, these rocks got all this ooze and whatnot on it. I mean, I don't think we want to accidentally touch that.
Can we wash it off somehow?
I shrug and I attempt to grab the first boulder in front of me and move it.
Coming over to, still covered in that sort of starry ichor.
Oh man, it was so nice knowing you as a player, Kishi.
Bartholomeus.
It's no way of knowing
As
unless
a
we
player,
try.
is it gonna
Yep.
kill it in real life? Jesus.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Alright.
covered for him.
What is this black shit? Ah!
It's the power of the stars, man. You're doomed.
As you sort of move over towards one of the boulders, you find your strength more than enough, but you can see this ichor on it seeming to sort of start to almost seem to move towards your hands. What do you do?
It moves towards my hands as I try to reach out for the stone, right?
Yes, like it literally seems to be sort of reacting towards you, and you can feel this on your hands, really uncomfortable, sort of like pinching on the palms of your skin and fingertips, like it's trying to pull your skin off.
Oh. Alright, I try and do it as fast as I can. I just go right through it to grab the stone and toss it off.
All right, give me a con saving throw. As the only way you'll be able to do it is to literally just stick your hands to the boulder and make direct contact with this ichor on it. As you can feel this really uncomfortable, like, almost kind of like maybe like just the world's most painful sort of pinch, and you can feel just this sharp pain as skin is separated from muscle on your hands.
Whoa.
As
All right, come on, roll those 6 D100s, baby.
Ooh.
Jesus. You don't have hands anymore.
It's gonna be
Looking
grappling.
down at your hands as you sort of like shifted the boulder, you can see it like just giving it a firm push. It seems to sort of rock back and collapse against another rock, and then pulling your hands free from it just takes even more effort as it threatens to sort of lift you up off of the ground. But you're able to wrench your hands free, and looking down at them, they are just a bloody mess. Like you can see almost through certain parts of it the actual underlying muscle tissue, as it is very painful.
Both on by us.
As you would take 15
That's
points of
not my
damage.
wisest moment.
Yeah, let me take care of that. As Nyx is going to walk over and just put
Yeah.
a hand on his arm, and I'm going to cast Cure Wounds.
Like I said, I don't think we're supposed to touch that stuff.
Hey, as you only have 2
I suppose
HP
I would
missing.
try it to see if what would happen. I didn't think it would be this bad.
I mean, it killed a legendary creature that killed thousands of dwarves and a dragon.
So like it's in the way. Like can we not advance, or like, can we walk around the rocks, or is it
Probably
like
navigate
directly in
around
the way?
it. Yeah, like if we're careful, can we get around it?
Are we up against, like, are we on a cliff edge?
No.
So we can
So,
just
like,
walk around it.
Yeah, so looking
We can literally
to...
go bushwhacking.
Are you serious? You just walk around?
Yeah, it seems like this path that you followed cut through what looked like a very thick and large copse of trees. So you could swing left in front of it and walk and navigate your way through the trees and try to circumnavigate around it. And in theory, you would remember from your scouting with Ivis. Yeah, sending Ivis up and him sort of conveying his overview of the land. You could also double back the way behind you and descend down the mountain that way, where the waterfall comes down and continues down to make the river. It's just it's a little bit longer in terms of overall distance, but you can go that way as well. It'd be easier than going through the trees.
We have options. We can go behind us. There's a slightly longer path, but an easier one, or we can navigate our way through this thick copse of trees. It might take longer because we'd have to find our own path, but
I mean,
there
Just
are
this
ways
one
around
spot
it.
of broken
we-
mountain, right? It's not like hundreds and hundreds of feet out to the horizon of broken landslide of goop, right?
For the try that again for me.
It's just like 30 feet across of goop rocks, right? Or is it like to the end of the horizon of destroyed mountainside and goop?
No.
Like, can we literally just walk around a single tree and be on the other side of it?
It definitely seems like it has blocked up. If you're talking in front of you, it seems to be a decent sort of stretch of collapsed rock down the path. So you'd have to go around for a little bit, but you could certainly go that way. Yeah, it does not go to the horizon horizontally in front of you, just for a little bit vertically in front of you.
I mean, we've crossed through the old woods before. We can navigate the trees just fine.
Yeah. I mean, they ain't
So
that.
there's-
How tall are the trees?
Looking over, anywhere from a few of them seem to be 10 feet, 20. Seems to be a decent mixture of an average forage. It's definitely not the old woods.
I can just fly over them and tell you which way to go. I just play a song as we travel. I mean, there's a song like "On the Road Again." It's a pretty good travel song.
See, this is where I'm disconnected. We can't just walk 5 minutes to the right and then go around the rocks and then go back the exact same way that we came.
That's my
Right.
suggestion. I guess it blew up a lot of the mountain.
Or seemed to cause secondary collapses with the force that it exerted. But to be fair, you can't really see that far down the path.
Okay.
So do we want to navigate around this rock slide or go the path up and across behind us? Both will take us back to the river.
Just different parts of it.
You're a navigator. Which do you think is faster? Or Sophia, a navigator?
I vote Mercury
Yeah,
flies
so-
ahead and
nah,
sees how
I'm so
long this
confused.
thing is. If it's
Agreed.
literally across the bend, that's all we have to navigate, then we'll just walk through the trees for 5 minutes.
I agree with that idea.
Ivis.
Or Iris.
Ivis does a scout.
Iris is excited to be back.
Ivis is very excited to be alive again, okay?
He's certainly less likely to be noticed, that's for sure.
Yes.
Yeah, so a
Ivis
bit
does
of,
a scout.
Immediately covered in arrows again, it does.
yeah, he
We see him
crosses
fly around the bend and just explode out the other side in pieces. Well, alright.
Well,
Teach
I
him
guess
to go
we
around
go
a
the other
corner.
way.
As the void golem steps out. No,
Oh yes, the void golem. Yes.
sending Ivis over just to sort of check how far the sort of rock landslide goes. It seems to stretch for about the ichor covered section for about 50 or 60 feet. And then a ways down, it seems like the entire path is strewn with rocks, like they sort of collapse down in this direction, but they seem to be much more widely dispersed, as it seems like you'll be weaving between rocks all the way back to the river, but they are not covered with ichor after about 50 or 60 feet.
Very well. Ivis informs me that this deathly ichor only lasts for the first 50 or 60 feet of this landslide. The rest is scattered rocks strewn on the trail that are navigable and less likely to try to kill us. It would be perfectly possible to get back to the river this way, and we would only have to be in the trees for the first little bit. So the rocks do last all the way back to the river.
Yes.
I say that should be fine.
I see
At
no
least there
reason
are
not.
rocks safe enough for Bartholomeus to move, assuming you can touch anything with those hands.
Well, and we wouldn't have to move them. We could navigate around them.
If the rocks go all the way to the river, we could like throw the rocks into the river and then just hop across the rocks.
Well, there we go.
Make stepping stones. I doubt they're that big, but it's a possibility.
We'll create that bridge when we need it.
So through the trees and then being safe to not twist our ankles.
Yes.
Nix, honey, leave the jokes to me.
I lead the way into the woods.
You're not the only one that can make terrible jokes, Theomos. I thought it'd be fun to try for once.
Into the woods to Grandma's house.
It didn't work that well. I'm sorry. I know you don't want to hear it from your friend, but you know, I feel like it's great for me to be honest with the people that I care about.
We start to pick up our things to go into the woods. I'm gonna turn to the strange ichor next to me and twist a bit of magic in its direction to see if it reacts in any strange way. See if it's of some otherworldly magical nature and not completely biological. So I'm gonna dispel magic.
Oh.
See if I can dispel it off a rock.
Okay, channeling a bit of that magic into it, you can definitely see it react, but does not disappear. It seems to sort of shimmer. The stars that seem to sort of weirdly glitter and almost follow your eyes as you look at it seem to sort of dance around erratically, but it does not vaporize.
Does it react in a way like my magic isn't strong enough to get rid of it, or it's just being weird?
It certainly seems like it's being weird.
Being fucky wucky.
Okay.
Ulu.
Go into the trees.
I'm just gonna fly above the trees.
No problem. As you guys navigate your way around and through the trees, As a bit more time passes, but not a whole lot, you find yourselves quickly able to come back in now to the path. After you go around the bend, you can see large rocks sort of stuck and cratered into the ground, some sort of shattered, and able to weave your way between them before making your way back to favorite location in the whole wide world, the great big rushing river.
Yes, Nix. Your
I kind of-
favorite location.
I kind of like subconsciously move my hand over my Lutherian mark. Does it still look like it's rushing like it was before? Unmanageable? Dangerous?
Certainly seems that way.
So about moving those rocks.
We did just a few by the bank, and then our same setup with the log from before.
What?
What?
Get out of here.
You're suggesting throw the tree to the other side, have Bartholomew's hold on to it. But I can't even remember how we got across. I remember I almost got swept away.
We were floated across.
I mean, it's
by a
easy. Look,
snow.
there you go.
Were these bridges covered in grass before?
Yep.
Bart. I don't say Bart. Bartholomew's. Sophia doesn't call it Bart.
What is it,
I call
Homer?
it Bart. And you're doing what you did last time with the tree trunk on this side of the bridge, if you would.
I just give her like a deadpan look. I look at my hands. I look back at her. Fine.
Yeah, that
You've only taken 2 damage. It's fine.
I mean, any of y'all got a rope and just tied over here on this rock or this tree?
I don't know. The last time we tried a rope, Nix almost died.
Lutheria snapped my rope.
I mean, she is a bit of a fickle, well, you know.
Mark, if you could place it
Bitch.
where you fall, and we all have a minute to get across.
Let's see. What about these rocks? I want to pick up this rock. Pick up this boulder and ride it across the water.
Wait, do we have access to more than one? No, we don't. I know we took the log and put it on the side of the bridge for some purpose.
Well,
Put there so that we could use it to go back across.
Yeah, but I mean, I forgot what we did that we thought was a good idea to do again. I guess at this point, since we still have rope, right?
that I had a plan.
Yeah. We get rid of the rope.
And Theamos, with a bit of physical exertion, both hands are able to heave the boulder up off of the ground in a bit of a feat of strength there. It is quite heavy.
But I would just take it over here.
And it takes you a bit of time just across that distance and presumably, heave the boulder in?
Yeah.
As it sinks down in, you can see it quickly descend down to the riverbed and hit the riverbed about 10 feet down.
Perhaps
There you go.
I start feeling around where the water is here. Is there soft ground here?
Yeah, right up at the edge. Definitely seems to be soft, yeah.
Alright, this time I try to pick up the log and hold it up straight and just ram it into the ground so I can get it fixed. And perhaps if we tie a rope to the top, we can just slide over across.
Oh.
Won't be needed.
What's your plan?
As I walk over, remember, you all have a minute to cross. As I walk over, slap the log as it starts to expand and enlarge and grow to twice its length. If you could lower it across, please.
Okay, I just try to push it over to see how it falls.
Cast enlarge.
Yay!
As it becomes 60 foot long, and the river is only 55 feet across.
Hey!
That magic.
As the log grows exponentially right next to you, Bartholomeos.
Just
Timber it down.
Yeah. That is what I do.
haul myself up.
The
55.
current seems to catch against it and sort of rock it for a moment as it slaps against the stone anchors of the two remnants of the bridge, keeping it in place, thankfully.
54, 53, 52,
Yeah, Nix isn't wasting time.
51.
There, Mose. Come on.
No, you guys got it.
Come on, Trace. I
Eat.
mean,
Sounds like the almost has
I don't know
something
why
else
they
to
just
show
didn't
off.
fly.
30, 29.
It's not worth showing off though, Mose. Just come across the log.
No. Sometimes you must let the fool walk off the cliff himself.
As
Time
with about
expired.
15 seconds remaining, what do you do, Themis?
I'm waiting for it to go away.
Okay.
Cold water.
As it shrinks back down, unanchored, it gets caught in the current and quickly spills out into the waterfall about 20 more feet off the map.
Okay, Theamos, what's
What
your
is
grand
this?
plan?
To run to the edge, or jump and then swim across. Saw the Minotaur fail. I want to show up the Minotaur.
Ah, god damn it, Theamos!
How far can I run? How far can I jump normally?
Well, first of all, go ahead and get yourself a training point.
Before he jumps, I cast grease underneath his feet.
And you gotta tell me how far you can jump.
I don't know what the math is.
It's just your strength.
Oh, 20 feet?
Yeah, your strength's more. Yeah.
So get there, and then I'm swim across.
All right, as you land into the water, you can immediately feel the rush of it slam against your left side and start to pull you down. As give me an athletics check.
Hey, Mose.
Ooh, 23. Give me 1 second.
He's flying over, watching him.
Mm, 15. Okay, here we go. I was like, I know I had the notes for this thing. Yeah.
We're looking for a 52.
Okay, as you were able to move 10 feet forward, and then give me another athletics check.
Oh, come on. Woohoo! With a 27?
Oh yeah, you also move 5 feet down. That was the thing. Okay, yeah, so 10 feet forward, 5 feet down, and then 10 feet forward, 5 feet down. And one more athletics check. Ooh. Unable to advance. You find yourself getting tired, struggling against the current as you are yanked 25 feet down. Trying to advance,
come over.
but unable.
Oh, Jesus. He's over there.
Oh, shit.
There.
The current is
All
already
right.
taking you. And then give me another athletics check.
Calling on some magic.
I'm just watching.
Hey, nice, just enough. As give you go 10 feet forward, 5 feet down.
I hold out my arm to try and help him out.
You get beat
With
up
the-
or something.
You get beat up if you fail twice. You get dragged under and get slapped the fuck around. As within 5 feet of the shore, you were able to pull yourself out.
So, I'll take Bartholomew's arm and pull myself out. See, it's not that bad.
Stupid egg.
Refreshing, isn't it?
You're an idiot.
Honestly, being underneath all that lava is just so hot. I hate the summer.
I mean,
It's summer.
Sometimes you just need to go for a swim. I get
It is
it.
currently spring.
It felt like summer in the volcano. Just needed a
It is
swim.
71 degrees right now, just so you know.
It was like 1:30 in the
Celsius.
cave.
I like the chill. It makes my nipples hard.
God damn it.
I mean, you're good there. I mean, you had
One
some
of my
good
policies
technique.
in life. Whatever gets my nipples hard, that's what I would like to do.
Oh, no.
Whatever floats your boat, whatever gets your nipples hard,
Yeah.
good old sayings.
Guys, I shouldn't have done this. It makes me feel even hotter in real life.
I mean, you all right? I mean, I know sometimes cold water, I mean, at least my cold water makes my nipples hard. I ain't wearing any armor. Are you all right under there? Are you going to be chafing or nothing?
You got some double-sided tape if you need some.
It's alright. I wore armor for like all my life.
Vulcan knows his
I have
friends.
powder.
There's
All right.
There's anti-chafing.
You got robust nipples. I get it. That's good.
It's an anti-chafing charm. It's fine.
Yeah. Oh my goodness fucking gracious. As you guys going back and taking on the river once more, overcoming it once again, nicely done. As you all where is it? Especially since BMOS decided to swim across again. As you all gain 250 XP.
Hey! Insta
Wait, can we just keep
HP.
doing that for XP?
I would like to farm my XP at this river, please.
We just swim back and forth.
Yeah, it's
it's
depreciating.
repealed,
Yeah, it's depreciating returns. You got 500 the first time, 250 this time, and then
Oh,
it falls off
yeah.
after that. So no more XP. Sorry. As traveling down the path, a little ways, you can see quite quickly Impheria and Nyx sort of navigating and looking ahead. You see what looks like the small sort of tendril, thin line of smoke wafting up into the air, indicative of a campfire nearby.
That must be the man with our horses.
Dude,
Oh, that's good.
I'm glad the Star Echo didn't get him.
He's pretty far away for it to get him.
I guess we just approach.
Yeah.
Oh, and call out for the goodest boy mentally.
Eddie
The
comes
call
running.
about.
As you approach the campsite and sort of bounding between the trees, this large scaled blue drake with a very distinctive horn comes towards you, Theamos.
I'm just gonna give him a
Holding
big
you
hug.
over
I
a
missed
big
him.
old doggy. It gives you a big hug back. Yes, we can go. Aw.
This is my new mount. His name is Gustavo.
Shall we back to Astoria then with all haste?
Yeah,
Wait, are we
Yeah.
down with this? Where did we lose a horse? Didn't we lose a horse a while
I mean,
ago?
yeah. I mean, the centaurs kind of killed the horse that Sophia got for me, but I mean, I got Eddie, and I can fly, and yeah.
Manas,
You need a ride?
the earthquake, breaking of the mountain. Do you see what caused it? What came out of it?
Oh shit, it's foggy.
Clouds. As Menaeus doesn't so much.
I'm blind and deaf.
no. I'm making a creative choice here. Menaeus sort of greets you all with a not a degree of reservation so much. I guess perhaps again Nyx and Inferior would notice just a degree of relief, I suppose, hoping that you all would return since you've been gone for a few days. He seems relieved to have you all back and to get back on the road and get back to Astoria. And when questioned about that earthquake and what it was, Menaeus describes sort of this large bat-like creature that seemed to have what looked like a section of the night sky attached to it. And it just seemed to fly what he thinks would be northwest from here.
I was afraid it was flying.
Well done, Menaeus. Yeah, for the extra troubles. So I'm gonna give him 5 drachmae.
Thanks you for the additional payment.
Said it was headed northwest.
As best he believes. He recalls it being pretty dark when he left, and he's not really the best navigator, but he headed towards the lake, which he knows is northwest from where his camp was.
What?
I guess it would technically be a bay.
Okay.
I'm a terrible person. Menaeus saw this like shit. I forgot I can put things in Foundry now.
I need you to stop going into my DM notes and delete that. There we go.
No! Oh man. Fucking knew what it was. There you go, stream, quick. Capture it, stream, capture it.
We're playing a Pokemon game after all. I said it in one tip. I was like, hey, gotcha,
The
bitch.
long con.
Well, I'm just fucking
I
convinced
couldn't-
that all the divine
couldn't
creatures are
resist.
just Pokemon.
I'm not sorry.
Come on, always.
You have no reason to apologize. Well played. Give yourself 500 training points.
Ah, yes.
Oh, the training
I
point
shall.
system is making its transference to Kingdoms of the South. I'm happy to hear that. Oh my goodness.
No,
gracious.
obviously she
Always-
got like 3 gym badges out of that one. So
We're just always expanding fucking random numbers. Yeah, get yourself 8,032 training points. Congratulations.
But you need
Yeah, it's
10,000
like
to
that,
give anybody advantage.
Like that fucking comedy show.
yes, whose line is it
Whose line
anyways?
is it
Where the
anyway?
points don't matter. Training points don't matter, ladies and gentlemen.
Except they do. But you guys are easily able to get back on the road and continue down.
What lies towards the northwest? Nyx is thinking about this starry skied bat. And she's just trying to consider where it's going.
It's the greater steps.
To the northwest?
Is that
Nothing
where-
to your knowledge.
So where Menaeus said it was going. Did I mishear?
No, you didn't miss here.
You said northwest.
There's
Flew
a
out to
house on
sea.
the
Yeah, it seems to just sort of fly up in that general direction.
Flew to see his giant Minotaur friend. Not Minotaur, Centaur. Jesus.
Where up there, or maybe beyond, you're not really sure. Don't really know.
Violet with the giant scorpion monster.
Wait, did he go see Gustavo?
Oh,
Better not go see Gustavo. He's taking a nap.
okay. How long does it take us to get back to Astoria? How long did it take us?
days, isn't it?
It took us like a day and a half, right? Or something like that.
Yeah, more or less, as traveling back from the Mithril Forge is mostly uneventful, though you do get to a point about here.
Ooh. Yeah, let's fight something.
It's time a bit, as it is about midday.
Oh, it's lunchtime.
And yeah, just as it's getting on lunchtime, as a matter of fact, you can feel, you see the canary on your shoulder, Mercury, seem to sort of be sleeping, resting until you get to this sort of small descending fork in the road. One, the path that you've taken on the way here, continuing up and around the mountains. This other one, sort of thinner, seems to sort of slowly slope down, back down towards the river. And as you get to this fork, you can see the canary pop up off of your shoulder and fly in front of your face a little bit, reminiscent, though they do not exist in Thylea, but for real world reference, reminiscent a lot of a hummingbird. And it just sort of looks at you and then tweets at you and starts flying towards the descending path.
Kira wants us to go down that way.
That's off the path, right?
It's a separate path that seems to go back down towards the river, into the valley, so to speak. You see, because if you look here, yeah, I'll move your gigantic cart out of the way. You guys came to the Mithril Forges following more, I can't do the break, following this path up through the mountains, and it is telling you to go down into the valley.
Yep.
I don't suppose she's saying why.
Mercury can't understand bird.
She's a god. She said there's something down there. So I'm just gonna start down that way.
Well, I mean, if Kara wants us to go down there, it's all follow.
Yeah, it's a little difficult to argue with a god's messenger.
Nope. That if you do that, that's usually bad.
That is true.
And also a devout follower of said god.
Yep, that's also bad.
I send Ibis to scout ahead on the path, but with strict instructions to try to stay unnoticed.
Certainly a little bit more difficult without really too much tree cover. But Ibis seems to be...
Pretend to be a normal bird.
Yeah, trying to do his best to be a normal bird, and seems to be at least noticed by the canary that seems to sort of double back and sort of fly next to it, almost in tandem, as they sort of move down the path ahead of you guys and come down with the horses. And more time passes, you guys descend in height down towards the river. You can see it glistening and clear and blue off to the side, not rushing past anymore with the force of, you know, death, but now just sort of this much more calm and serene looking flow of water, a sort of refreshing sight, much to Theomos' credit, after the Mithril Forge, something that would be cool and refreshing and just pleasant. And as you cross a bit of distance, getting down into the valley and making your way now alongside the river in terms of traveling towards Astoria, you start to hear it off in the distance, quite loud and sort of carrying, perhaps improved by the acoustics of the landscape. You're not really sure, but as you start to hear it,
Y'all
you
hear
hear
that?
the calls and cheers. You hear what sounds like music, and you can see off in the distance what looks like a much larger stream of smoke willowing and billowing up into the air. Not a complete forest fire, mind you, but something reminiscent perhaps of a bonfire.
I think they're having a shindig. Maybe a hootenanny. Let's go.
We'll take caution. Song can be celebratory, but can also be ritualistic. Can I tell the tone of like music? Does it sound jovial? Does it sound opposite?
It certainly seems to sound pretty jovial, as much as you can make out. As you close the distance with a bit more time, about another hour in total. Oh, not 2. Oh, geez. Yeah. It is about 2:30. I'll just pause. As you start to hear it more clearly now. sound of
Does
drums.
Angus-
Yeah, Ivis looking ahead and then coming back now to you with his much longer vision, not joined by the canary this time, tells you the most important news first, Infuria. Kyra!
Kira seems to be there.
Running ahead.
And in due time, you make your way past and through the river, and you come to this large clearing where you can see gathered, it seems to be 20, maybe 30 mixture of satyrs and humans and people just seeming to be enjoying themselves at what you can only surmise to be a large party or like cookout. It seems like there seems to be fresh food and cooking meat and people singing and dancing and just overall having a great time. And at the center of it all, you see this bright and cheery-faced satyr with a long braid of hair. This strange-looking stick, it seems, bound with maybe rope or twine, this beautiful, shiny bronze cup, as she seems to be laughing and sitting right next to someone you all recognize. The goddess Kira, who seems to be entertaining her with some fanciful tale, and seeing you all enter into the clearing as people seem to just be enjoying themselves, Kira gives you all a pleasant wave.
Oh, I'm gonna go sit right next to her.
Bounding through and past into this seeming party out of nowhere, you're able to get right up next to her. It has been far too long, Mercury.
Yeah, I mean, it's been like 5 days, 6 days, something like that. Way too long.
I see you all has made it out of the Mithril Forges, presumably with success.
Yes, I'm quite surprised to see you out this far from the city. We were expecting to see you back with Pythor.
Well, I could not wait to see you all again. Not to mention, I found out an old friend of mine was visiting, I suppose. As she sort of looks to this cheery-eyed satyr who's looking up at you, Mercury, with just a brimming smile. Hi, my name's Narissa. It's nice to meet you.
Ma'am, it's a pleasure. Sure do I like all this, is this a hoedown, a hootenanny, a shindig, a soiree?
Oh,
What the hell are these words
certainly
you're saying?
speak in strange tongues. But it is a gathering of friends, family, I suppose, visitors. All are welcome, and a good time to be had by all.
Hearing per se friends reminded Theamos of something. He's going to walk to the edge of the party. Hopefully he's not too far away for this to be used. But he's going to pull out I believe I got a horn from those centaurs that I saved. I'm going to blow into it. Because I remember to do it at like the beginning of the session, and then we left the place and I forgot.
Second to just copy and paste and you let out this long and rich note through this horn. It carries through and beyond the trees. You can see some of the birds off in the distance sort of carry themselves up into the sky, and for a while nothing seems to happen.
Hopefully they heard that, so I'll just turn back to the group.
Inviting the centaurs to the party, Theamos.
Well, I mean, they told me to like blow it when we got out, but I forgot until we got here. So hopefully they'll come.
I see.
Right.
You
So
all
why
look
are we
tired
celebrating?
Why not celebrate? Chimes up Narissa.
Damn right, Narissa. You. I'm just gonna take out my flute and just.
Oh, musically inclined, are you? Is this
I mean,
the one
yeah.
you were speaking of, Kyra? He is indeed. As you can see, Nerissa now looking at you more astutely. You can see her shimmering red hair, this crown of flowers woven into it around these pointed and twisting horns. Well, then for you, as she sort of reaches behind herself and seemingly out of thin air pulls out this sort of flowery crown and just tries to put it on top of your head.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Come. Stop standing at the edge. Come, have fun.
Inferior, come meet my new
Get yourself
friend.
something to eat. Sort of looking past Mercury at the rest of you all. Scarred
I'm gonna go
and
and
burnt.
partake. I'm gonna partake in the celebrations. Carouse a bit, get some food.
Dan almost gouges himself in food. Entire feast, it's mine.
Sit down and eat from my own rations.
As you can see fresh fruit and tasty, delicious meat being handed out to everyone, and everyone seeming to enjoy themselves as the sun shines down on this whole congregation. Like I said, lots of satyrs, all of them seeming to just be enjoying themselves and having a blast and talking amongst themselves as well. None of them really seem to look at you with any like recognition. Like they don't really know who you are. They just seem to be sort of focused on, it looks like maybe catching up or just enjoying themselves. As a few people would come up to invite various members of you to dance or to sing with them, etc., etc. As this is more or less what you see in this scene, as it were, with Nerissa at the center with her strange little scepter.
You do not own a token.
Now, give me a second.
The sea.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yes.
She is having fun.
That's so cute.
Banana.
Though you do not
Something
see...
celebrant. What is that called?
It's
Jovial
called Have a Good
celebrant?
Time. It's called Have a Good Time, and don't
What
think
is it
about...
called?
Don't think
Celebrant.
about... Stop it, Brendan.
Nerding it. Shit, fuck you. Get nerded.
As after about an hour or so, you can see Nerissa and Kira still sort of talking amongst themselves in what, I guess perhaps, maybe, probably definitely Mercury would recognize as this sort of fusion of common and what sounds like this sort of fey sort of speech. You've heard satyrs speak it before, more commonly known as Sylvan, especially for you, Inferior, recognizing it as well. Seeming to go back and forth in this sort of flowy fashion. You find what card it is? Are you satisfied yet?
No, I can't find it.
Fear, what they all saying?
I don't know what they're saying, God.
Yeah, sort of eavesdropping on their conversation. Give me a pretty difficult perception roll.
Why are you stabbing people?
Are you killing everyone or are you leveling up?
Why am I not percepting very well today? That was the 12 in case it got lost with all the great actuals.
Okay. The one thing that catches your ear, you hear Nerissa say in Sylvan, and then the god of revelry died.
What?
And you are flabbergasted. You have no idea what on earth she's saying. It doesn't sound like gibberish, but what she just said doesn't make any sense to you in your experience. And then you can see Nerissa sort of look up at you away from Kira and just sort of give you like a sly sort of grin, sort of waving you over.
I just kind of like look at Mercury and don't say anything and then go over.
If you wanted to look, you didn't have to look from so far away.
Oh, I was just curious. I've never heard Sylvan and Common amalgamated like that before.
It is how Sylvan sounds, where I'm from, but it is perhaps strange to you, I'm sure.
Yes. I speak both languages, and yet I couldn't understand anything of sense that you said.
Oh, well, that's all right. It wasn't so much for your ears, I suppose. You have quite the inquisitive little group with you, Kyra. Yeah, they are. They are indeed. As sort of as the celebration is going on, Atreus and Bartholomeos, what are you guys doing?
I'm just
Participating?
finding the closest place to sit down and taking some
Yeah.
drinks, some food.
I'm guessing there's like no central table.
Yeah, there seem to be like sort of long tables in various places. The arrangement of which seems to be pretty chaotic. They don't seem to be like in defined rows or anything like that. They just seem to be laid wherever somebody thought it may look best, with food and wine brought to them at regular intervals. And yeah, I mean, it definitely seems to sort of have the vibe, I would say, of like a big sort of family get together. Doesn't really seem strange. There don't seem to be anyone like there that doesn't want to be there or anything like that. It just seems like a genuine weird sort of Seder cookout.
Oh, good enough for me. As yeah. Trace makes pita sandwiches. Got him. I fooled you all. You can't stop me.
Look like the other
I'll
things
have my
around her
breakfast.
Are, like, stronger and tougher, maybe faster.
Around shut up! God damn it. For those of you who may be listening to the podcast or just lurking, I am utilizing some Magic the Gathering art, and Brendan could not help himself. You butt.
Oh, this is actual magic art that you're using?
Mm-hmm.
Gallia
dorks.
the Inlet.
Fucking dork.
Nerds!
But this best captures the vibe of what you're just sort of experiencing as different groups seem to sort of step up and sing and perform, and more time passes, about an hour, as it's now about 3:30 p.m. and you know the gathering shows no signs of slowing down, as you can hear off in the distance the rhythmic thundering of hooves.
Oh, do you believe your call worked, Famous?
Oh, cool. Where?
As looking downriver towards the waterfall, you can see this great stream of bright bronze-covered centaurs, with one at the head that seems to be in this shiny sort of gray, what maybe you would recognize, Theamos or theorize looking at it, a rare metal in Thylea, iron or steel at the head. You can see this magnificent mane of brilliant stark white hair billowing out of the back of it, and what looks like I think of words that are not food, but I am not well versed in that yet.
Did you eat before this?
No, I don't. You can see just like bits of like black skin on the upper half of this centaur, long, powerful legs underneath, armor all the way down at the head of this, with a bristling red brush helmet and a magnificent spear at the head. along with what looks like 2 centaurs who seem to be sort of half armored, like they're missing chunks of armor, and in those chunks you can see long winded bandages and obvious signs of injury. As you can see, the 2 centaurs that you rescued traveling with the group and coming into the river as they cross it with force and organization as rank after rank advance towards the gathering in this sort of flying V formation, never really breaking stride. They're not breaking into chaos or anything like that, like the group that you encountered on the way to the mines. Much more regimented and precise. And they seem to come to a stop about 40 feet away from the gathering as some of the satyrs and gathered other people look at their advancement and just sort of like raise a goblet to them and cheer, sort of beckoning them in, and people continue performing. It's almost like it was a matter of course, like they were always invited.
I'm gonna run up to them, but I'm not really gonna. I assume. I'm pretty sure I know which one the leader is, but I'm gonna ignore him and run up to the guys that I saved.
Yeah, you can see them in the second rank as the spears all held at a relaxed position, and you sort of you have to make your way basically through their ranks to get to them as they're standing next to each other. You can see their helmets on as they sort of look to someone at the center of this V with a longer broom than the one in theirs, and you can see the helmet and the broom and the larger one sort of nod approvingly as the 2 injured ones take off their helmet and hold it at their side, very militaristic and regimented, and look down at you, or actually about equal with you because you're pretty tall, with sort of soft and calm smiles. One of them seems to have this sort of like large sort of welt on his face. If it isn't our hero.
Hey, I'm glad you guys made it back all right.
We are as well. Thank you for aiding us when you did not have to.
Now I always have to. What is? How many centaurs are with you guys?
Yeah, sort of looking across the group, you see 4 ranks of centaurs, each of them in this sort of flying V, and 10 to their number in each rank.
Where did you say they were from again? But I figured out. So they're symbol. I just forgot.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at them, your first thought is they're from Arisha. All of that heavy bronze armor, those stark red colors, there's nowhere else in the world that fits that more than Arisha.
If I remember from your lore thing, Arisha doesn't like us.
Arisha and Mitros have had a long rivalry that has been tempered in the last few years by the coming in to the Oath of Peace. There has not been conflict between Mitros and Arisha for almost 50 years.
After make sure they're all right, I guess I'll go up to the grand leader.
So
Give them a salute.
They return the salute in kind and then replace their helmets back on themselves almost at exactly the same time. Then coming up to the leader of this formation, they take off their helm and you can see coming off, it almost looks like someone turned Nyx into a centaur. This is what you see. Yeah.
Oh my.
Jesus, you weren't joking. Holy crap.
Party.
She even has freckles.
You know, you look familiar. Ish. I mean, the person I'm thinking of doesn't have. Never mind. Nice to meet you.
It is an honor to meet you as well. I am Ianthe, leader of the Eresian Scout Cavalry.
Well, I'm Thylea, one of the Oracle's Chosen, son of Pythor.
Do you jest?
No, I mean, my aunt's over there, as I point to Kara.
You see her sort of look past you at the gathered group, seeing Kyra casually sitting at a table next to this joyous satyr and, just being Kyra. And then she just looks back at you. You do not jest at all. A strange meeting, I suppose. Well, first I must thank you for what it is you have done.
That's no problem. I mean, it wasn't just me. The whole party saved them. How did they get there in the first place?
She sort of tucks the helmet at her side. That is unfortunately my shame to bear. This is a trial of sorts. And they, in their youth, decided to divert themselves from it. Sneak away, as it were. And got themselves well over their heads. In some place that we could not easily follow, either.
Oh, I get it. We have some people like that too. Not naming names is going to point towards that Mercury and Furia. Obviously lying, because it's actually
to a lot.
You.
It falls out of your pants.
But, I'm glad that they find their way back to you safely. I assume that you're pretty busy being in the military, but if you want to join the party...
You sort of contemplate this for a moment. I suppose they have been punished enough for their transgressions.
Wait, punished how?
Forced to eat rations. And, well, do some of the manual labor amongst our camp, as much as their wounds will allow.
Okay, that's not that bad then.
After the castration.
This will go on to their record, but they have proven valiant in their persistence, nonetheless. Many have returned home after the adversities we have faced on the trial. As she turns to the ranks behind her. At ease, hoplites! Feel free to join in this celebration. But do not lose yourself in it. We continue northward in the morning. Here, basically just the simultaneous sounds of spears and shields clapping together in a proper salute against armor as all of them after that begin sheathing and stowing their weapons and taking off their helmets and sort of breaking rank, but not, still weirdly enough, not chaotically, just sort of advancing in a much looser V towards the party as like rank after rank of Centaur passes you, with her standing in front of you, Theamos, the two of you sort of just in the middle of this wave, if you will. And you can hear raucous cheering from the party itself as the gathering seems to be enthused that even more people are joining.
So, Arisha, where are you guys out so far? Actually, how far is Arisha?
On the other side of the world.
Why are you guys out so far?
It is a trial of both endurance and willpower. You do not get to be a part of the Scout Cavalry of Aresia just because you want to. You must prove yourself, like all things. Many do not make the cut. Every trial leaves Arisia with 100 strong, but at 40 in our number now.
They just go home, right? They're not dead, are they?
Some die in combat, some cannot stomach what it takes and return home.
Get beaten by Troglodytes.
Sounds like the Amazons.
Inferior chimes in from 80 plus feet away.
Yeah, Inferior shouts all the way over.
Sounds like
Big mood!
Oh my goodness.
So I'll talk and walk and bring her towards where I assume most of the party is gathered. I don't know if they all split apart, but at least towards Kira.
Yeah, as you're sort of talking and walking, she stows her gear as well, and, looking at her for a centaur, she is pretty beautiful, all things considered. But she doesn't seem particularly interested in you in her line of questioning. Her first thing that she asks you as you're sort of walking back towards the party, so what is the god of war like exactly?
Well, I mean, I kind of just met him like a couple of weeks ago.
You can see some immediate disappointment on her face.
He wasn't really around growing up. But what I did, he's terrible fucking drunk. Honestly.
Really?
Disheveled. Kind of pathetic, actually. But I think he's getting better. I mean, I made him swear an oath to, cut off from drinking for, a month. But I think it's doing him pretty well.
You got a god to swear an oath to you.
I mean... What did we do? Oh, yeah, we had to go find the Horn of Voltria, but also decided wanted to sacrifice my sister for something. And then, long story short, we would have to go get the horn and have to be back in time to save my sister. So he made me swear an oath that I'll be back in time, but in return I made him swear an oath to not drink anymore for a month.
She sort of just looks at you. What was quickly disappointment turns into just the slightest hint of awe. You have been quite busy then. Impressive. Though, I guess no small feat for a demigod. Are you the leader of your group?
I mean, we haven't really spoken about that. We kind of make all our decisions by group.
My Trojan way of thinking. Interesting. I do not see any Arisian red amongst you, so that makes sense.
As we are a group of, I'm gonna call out to Nyx. Hey, Nyx, I found your twin.
You found my...
Nyx.
She's just like jaw dropped, and she picks
Like
her
one fish.
chalice up from whatever table she was standing by or wherever the food is, and she just walks on over. Hello, I'm Nyx.
Sort of giving a sort of curt bow of the short bow of the head. Yanfei.
Yanfei. I'm sorry, it's like looking into a mirror.
With horse legs.
I could certainly see that, though you are much skinnier and shorter, but I'm sure that has its advantages as well.
Just quietly sips my wine. Oh shit, I just realized I don't have my sleeve on. Nyx doesn't have her sleeve on, her mark is just out. Fuck. I don't know if it means anything to her.
She doesn't seem to take notice of it at the moment. She seems to just be sort of looking at your face and hair before looking over at the gathering. As the other centaurs sort of make their way into the actual celebration, you can see Narissa sort of stand up for a moment. Well, for our new guests, more room, more appropriate room, I suppose, as she sort of lifts up this strange-looking just stick with a cup tied to it and gives it a twirl, and you can see some of the trees in the ground in this sort of gathering literally lift themselves up by the root and crawl and move out of the way and make more room for these centaurs, and then bringing it back to herself, tables with more food and more drink just seem to spring into existence.
Oh, wow.
Help yourselves, help yourselves. And they seem more than glad to do so.
Yes, I introduce Anthony to the rest of the party, or at least the ones I can find. Pretty sure Mercury is, of course, right next to Kira. I don't know where Sophia and Atreus would be. But I'm sure I can find them. It's full of centaurs and satyrs. I'm pretty sure I can find the moping goth girl somewhere.
Hanging out in the corner, judging everyone. God, look at all these normies being all normies.
Able to find Sophia off being a wallflower somewhere, as everyone else seems to be just sort of enjoying the celebration, as a few of you get approached, not so much in the line of your roles, I suppose, as the Oracle's chosen, but just people sort of making, for lack of a better word, small talk with you all, just wondering where it is you've come from, what it is you do, and how you found yourself in this whole sort of situation. Especially Bartholomeo's, sort of not a sore thumb, but definitely a different one. No other Minotaurs here, and one so unignorable. Definitely gets a healthy amount of attention from the satyrs, and just a number of people asking you about your tattoos as well, and what they mean or what they signify.
Yeah, I'm forthcoming. I try and keep the conversations going.
And what's the whole point? Why an ant?
Well, it signifies strength in numbers.
Interesting. Well, I certainly wouldn't want to be lonely. As they sort of take some more of their wine and drink to that. And more time passes. As...
Yeah, Trace is just the cookout meme. He has like 4 plates.
Nyx is
Finally, indulgence! And I don't have to feel bad.
Nyx would like to regale some of the satyrs just stories of the islands, just her fond memories there, what very brief, short memories she had of those islands, but also mention she is a seer of sorts.
Interesting. As, hold on to that thought, I like that. As, Narissa sort of looks to the gathering, well, I think we're going to change the pace a little bit. I have put on my airs of showing and feeding. How about you all do the same if you feel so inclined? As she sort of tucks her scepter away, and it just seems to sort of vanish into thin air. And God damn it. I'm taking away your image privileges. You've lost your image privileges.
No! Heritage!
As Narissa calls on a contest of sorts. As you can see what looks like inks and maybe like paints or pigments brought out, and what looks like large jugs of a very rich wine seeming to appear on a large circular table. You can see what looks like a bunch of now a long table of what looks like raw ingredients and a short sort of stone rise that seems to just sort of be what she was already standing on, that you're not sure where it came from. And of course, feel free to try anything else, but I am curious, what talents do the Oracle's Chosen possess? And of course, my wonderful little retinue that has followed me thus far. As you can see people moving over to the pigments, sort of looking over the various colors, and some of them pulling out brushes, and it seems like not painting on canvas, but painting on themselves. You can see people going over to the table of food, and it looks like start preparing various dishes and putting together what looks like just basically a feast, coming to the rich wine and drinking deep, though the Eurasian centaurs do not partake, staying a decent distance away from that. And people begin to also regale stories atop the rock. As what do you all do? As the minutes seem to sort of fade away. It's not so much a talent show, but it is, what is the right word? It is just, perhaps, I would say, a gathering of activities, new things to do besides drink and conversate, though drinking is still a component of it. It seems like she has sprung into being basically a place where you can body paint, do drinking games, do a little feast preparation and cooking, or just a place to regale people with stories, whether it be of gods or heroes or what have you. Just new things. And of course, you're also free to come up with anything on your own as well. Anything that I have not already thought of. If you want to partake.
Actually, yes, if I could get another platform, I read fortunes on the side.
Really?
Nyx pulls out her cards. Yes.
And sort of
really.
taking a step back, you find yourself immediately seated against what feels like some cool stone, as this small little plinth table seems to have been sprung into being behind you. Well, by all means. Though I must say, I'm curious to what my fortune would be, as she sort of springs across the field, goat legs powering her, the long braid of hair catching in the slowly dwindling sunlight.
Now, I must warn you, I'm not like the Oracle. I don't watch threads, but with a little trick of the cards, I might be able to put you on to the sort of direction it's meant to take you to go.
Interesting.
Nyx is going to shuffle the cards out in front of her, and I guess we'll start by pulling out one. I don't think I have a spell for this. Oh, would it be augury? I think it's augury.
Yeah, for just a simple
For fortune
reading.
telling.
Yeah. You could certainly use augury. Want to call on your clerical magic to get a definitive answer.
Yep. That's exactly what I'm going to do.
Yeah, sort of going through the process with your cards, you find strangely enough, your first call on them gives you nothing. No real future to be gleamed with this strange satyr. She sort of just looks up at you with a smile. Everything all right?
I don't change my face. I just look more focused on shuffling my cards as I'm trying to cue in on the magic before pulling one. So I'm just continuously shuffling and putting some down, face down, and reshuffling them back to the deck. Give it time, dear. We just came back from an adventure. It's a little murky for me. As I'm going to try that once. Well, I just cast magic in front of her, and she saw how it went. So I am going to try casting detect. I'm gonna try casting detect evil and good. See if I can see anything.
Sure.
My logic is that because I cast a spell and it looks like this is part of how I read fortunes, maybe they won't be able to tell I'm doing a different spell necessarily. That's just all part of it.
Yeah, looking at her, you sense, well, two celestials. Blinking, you see Kyra, and you see Nerissa in front of you as well. A connection to the divine, not one that you expected. You see remnants of Fae in the other satyrs all around you, but this one is notably different.
I'm sensing a sort of mystery about you. Rather. Yes. I don't need to pull out the cards. There is something about you that is very different here. A path that is not like the other creatures here. Pray tell, what are you? I wonder.
A traveler. A guest.
And from where do you hail?
That is my secret to keep, I think. But very impressive, Nyx.
It is a talent, indeed.
You can see, like, you have more and more attention of some of these other satyrs looking over at you as they seem to sort of be gathering up around you, wanting their fortunes read, as well as Nerissa seems to sort of fade in between them, stepping away from the plinth. Well, try not to tire yourself out. I'm sure they're going to want to know who is going to end up with who by the end of the night, I'm sure.
Oh dear, if the cards knew that, your faces would be on them. That's not quite how it works.
Well said, well said. As you can give me a wisdom check as you are doling out fortunes to those who come up to you.
12.
Okay.
My dice turned off. Why did my dice turn off?
Yeah, you find it not hard, but perhaps a bit taxing with just the level of enthusiasm that you get from a lot of these cheery faces, especially those who have imbibed quite a bit of alcohol. And you find the cards answering your call, but not too many people being necessarily too happy with the results. Lots of mixed signals and ambiguity. Nothing truly poignant, as it were. No upside down towers in this reading. What are the rest of you all doing as the hours are passing?
reward for this little show. Something to be gained.
You just speaking that to no one in particular?
To, what's her face? Satyr lady. She's asking us to put on a show for her.
Oh, to Narissa? Oh, I mean, is it not the idea of merriment that creates merriment? Revelry that spawns revelry? For revelry's sake? Sophia?
No, everyone, then. Understood.
Oh, not too befitting of a hero, though I suppose you are not one, if I am to understand what I've been whispered correctly.
You're
Perhaps
the
you'll
other that knows more than
How-
they say.
How big
Wonderful.
is this circle, and how far is Sophia from it all? From like where the talent is, would you guesstimate? Better question, is the area that we're in, like how big is it? Because like the circle of trees like moved back.
Mhm.
What's its radius looking like?
Hmm.
Within like 100 feet?
Yeah, definitely within 100 feet, yeah.
That's fine. As I'm shuffling cards and doing some of it magic, some magic, some just telling fortunes. I see Sophia talking to Narissa, and I just give my hand a wave to cast a little bit of magic and quickly point in her direction as I cast message. Strangest thing, that one's a celestial. Don't know from where. And then I pull out a card. Oh, it seems that I've gotten Hades for you, darling. Unfortunately, whatever relationships you are dealing with seems to be a little, not genuine. You may want to consider better communication. As I look back at the person I'm doing the reading for.
Anyone else doing anything?
I'm gonna go get Kira, pull her away from most prying eyes if I possibly can.
Mm-hmm.
I said, hey Kira, when we were in the mine, I don't know how much you saw through the little bird thing, but we talked to Khrushchev, and I got this as kind of opens up the little wrapping around the dragon egg, just a bit to show her the egg.
Ooh. A one-of-a-kind thing you have rescued from that place. I was able to see quite a bit, but to see it in person... And she sort of extends a hand towards it. May I?
Sure?
Sort of rubs a hand across its emerald surface. Giggling to herself about something you cannot quite hear. Seems like your little friend is a little mad at you. Quite the
What for?
rambunctious one.
What do I do?
I'm missing out on the party, it seems.
Hey, but is it safe?
Oh, it's perfectly safe. You'd have to really not mean well in order to break that egg.
I mean, I get that, but more on lines of like, when people talk. Is this something that should really spread? I mean, I'm pretty sure the dragons are mostly gone, right?
There have been rumors of dragons in Mitros, and that well, panning out to be more than I or anyone else really anticipated. But you do not have to worry about Narissa. I do not believe she'll be telling anyone around here. And the others, I'll be shocked if they remember anything in the morning.
Alright. So, guess I'll completely unwrap the egg and just get back to the party. Holding it in my hands.
And it's holding it in your hands as you carry it back into the party, just sort of looking and resuming your participation. You can feel just an increased sense of happiness and joy almost seeming to emanate from the large egg in your hands.
But after talking to Kira, I'm going to talk to my centaur friends.
More than happy to entertain and conversate with you, asking you about your experiences and that sort of deal as well. As after about an hour or so, Kyra, seeming to pull away from Nissa, looks to you, Mercury, as you step away.
Oh, goddamn. Rip.
Timing, John.
Perfect timing.
He knew. He had a sixth sense.
He knew it was coming. Yes. What else?
At what
It's-
point do I think I could start charging these satyrs for their readings?
You have a great feeling that goes against the spirit of the thing.
I guess that's fair.
And one of the satyrs with this particularly crimson jar of pigment comes up towards you, Inferior, with a sort of a slight slur to their speech. Can I paint you?
Only if you go and get a blue or purple pigment.
They already have all the blue and purple. They'd sort of bound back over to the pile of jars and brushes and come back with this sort of soft lilac purple. Is this good?
Perfect.
Oh.
Okay, hold still. And then everything's already moving, so don't move too much. As they sort of just
Very
take
well.
the brush and start to like sort of paint up your arm and over and onto your shoulder, across your neck, sort of painting what looks like this sort of lilac vine bridge, I guess, across from one crook between your thumb and index finger to the other. Mixed up between lilac, and then they run back and go get a blue and add that to it as well. And sort of looking at it, you can tell it's a little... it's not perfect, but it's pretty enough. And lastly, now that Mercury has descended down from the heavens, you know, I almost forgot one of the main reasons I came out to meet you. Mercury, I couldn't stop thinking about what you told me about. What I was having trouble remembering, and did a bit of digging where I could. Things are not... Well, those are tomorrow's problems, but I will say this, things are not well in Mitros, and I was looking for something to try to make things a bit better, and thankfully I was able to find it. But in doing so, I found something else, something that I think might mean a lot to you, but I'm not sure why. As she takes out from her bag this small little metal device. You can see bronze adornments and these long sort of different length pipes on the end of it. You can see what looks like a distinctive sort of mouthpiece, and most importantly, depiction of the Canary of Kyra on it as well. this small little bird on this distinctive and uniquely Yavin instrument. Sometimes referred to as whistlers, a distinct metallic harmony emanates from them, one that is unique to Yavin alone. As he hands you. Where is it? Yeah. Oh god, it's so large. Yeah.
So,
Stop.
That's what she said.
That is illegal, sir.
what? I put some zip ties. It's expected.
I might. So what's wrong
Nope.
in Mithros? Do we need to go there? We need to go help him out?
Don't know that we can, but it seems like Sidon is pouring a bit of his wrath on the city, wrapped
Well,
up
sounds like we
in
need to go there then.
a hectic storm. Yeah. How do I? Oh, there we go. Show. Hmm. That work?
Yeah.
Aww.
Oh, cool.
Being the sort of distinctive instrument of Yavin brings back. Well, how do the memories feel, Mercury?
Well, I do recall growing up that my mother would play this every night before I went to bed. A sweet kind of lullaby. So I just kind of look it over and I look up at Kira and I go, "Where'd you find this?"
It was a gift to me. I can't remember from who, or when, but it was intermixed with some of my other things, along with a gift from Father as well, as she sort of reaches into her bag and pulls out a very weird looking amalgamation of strings. Another distinctly Yavin design, though taken to the extreme, as this is what you see.
What?
Oh, you meant a string instrument.
Totally picturing just a ball of string.
Yeah, I thought she pulled out like a fucking yarn ball.
No, it's
Oh.
Now, I haven't seen one of them in quite some time.
It's an abomination to the music industry.
Do you mind?
I would be wary, Mercury. This instrument is no ordinary instrument. It may overwhelm you.
Well, I mean, I've seen things overwhelm you, Kira.
That is true, though I am missing a key ingredient. She sort of looks over. Nix! Could you join us for just a moment? I know everyone wants to get the fortunes read, but
Oh, yes, and I'm sorry, dear. Don't worry about it. Tower just means it's going to be a big change, but I'm sure you're ready for it. As she puts her cards away and walks on over.
could I have, 3 strands of your hair?
All these people are fucked.
3 strands of my hair. May I ask why?
One of my strings is broken. So you're holding just this amalgamation of wood and metal and long strings cut across it.
Only because it's you. As Nyx goes in and she just plucks out 3 strands of her hair and hands it over to the goddess.
See her just sort of give a soft twirl, and as she does, a shimmer of magic go down the length of them as they intertwine with one another, forming this single solid golden strand. And she just lays it against this strange instrument, and it just seems to sort of snap in place, and she just draws it up the length of the neck. And with a distinctive sort of rich twang, it comes into place. Excellent. There we go. Now it can actually be played. Hopefully this will help. As you can see her just sort of adjust herself. I'm sure you know how to play one of those, though, don't you, Mercury? You mind
Yes,
joining
ma'am.
me?
Absolutely.
Do you? I'm sure you know it, but just to make sure, there is something I want to play. Maybe it'll come to you. I cannot remember the name, but I remember the notes. As she sort of, you can see Nerissa sort of looking over at this whole exchange from a distance, and you can see her just sort of raise a hand, and immediately the trumpet players, the drum players stop. Everyone sort of stops what they're doing and turns and looks at you and Kyra, Mercury.
Well, looks like you have a whole audience.
And she begins to strum on this strange guitar as it comes to you immediately, the song she's playing. The tale of a ranger of Yavin. One that put down an insurrection against not your father, but your father's father. One that put an end and brought peace to Yavin. A famous tale, song about his weapon, the big iron that he always carried with him. As you can see Kyra's hands moving between the different sets of strings with a precision that is a beauty to behold. It doesn't even really make sense that she can play all of these different sections at the same time, but she somehow does. And Mercury, you can feel, you know exactly when to come in with your whistler as well. A distinctive metallic sound.
God damn it.
Oh yeah, there's definitely a hootenanny.
Yeah.
There you go.
And as you blow through what would be colloquially known as a Yavin harmonica, you can feel not only the sound and the thrum of music and passion, a song truly important to Yavin. You don't only feel that, but also power within this strange whistler. Memories of home and all that Yavin meant to you begin flooding in, along with a bit of magic. As if you go to the text, you can see what the whistler truly is.
You got your harmonica in my pan flute. You got your pan flute in my harmonica.
Yeah.
The whistler, a musical instrument that requires attunement, an esoteric and strange one from an island that no one has ever heard of, created by a people no one can remember. The treasures of Yavin spread far and wide, though this one never left the home of the goddess for whom it was made. Now an unknown compulsion has resulted in it being gifted to you. A keepsake, a tool, an art form unique to your home alone. As it has two properties, a song of comfort allowing you twice per day to play the instrument and expend a spell slot of first level or higher during a short rest to revitalize your wounded allies. If you or any friendly creatures that can hear your performance regain hit points by spending at least 1 hit die at the end of a short rest, each of those creatures regain extra hit points equal to your charisma modifier times the level of the spell slot expended.
Yep, times.
Yep. And additionally, you also get a little bit of folktale casting. The Whistler contains within it 9 charges, and while you're attuned and holding it, you can use an action to expend 1 or more charges to cast the various spells within it, utilizing your spell save DC. Bane, Fairy Fire, Heroism, Longstrider, Thunderwave, Enthrall, and Motivational Speech, a wonderful little spell from Acquisitions Incorporated. You can expend additional charges to cast these spells at a higher level at a cost of 1 charge per spell level, not exceeding your highest castable spell. And each of those spells have to them a folktale to them that is significant to the history of the people of Yavin. But that is for you to decide, my little bard in disguise, as to what the tales of each of those spells are. As that is a bit of homework with your magic item.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, Kira. I'm pretty surprised you were able to handle that instrument without wings. Traditionally, those back set of strings you play with your wing.
Is
I mean,
that
it's-
how it's supposed to be played? I couldn't figure it out.
Yeah. So you got your one set of wings.
Mhm.
You got the front bit, right? Then you got the shorter, medium sized one, and the long one, right? But then that one on the back side, that's what your right wing's for. So the left kind of comes around on the top bit, other one comes around on the side on the back bit, and then you got the 2 in the front. So you got to strum real quick. It's been a long time since I heard old Yavin Red with Big Iron. I'm surprised you remember that melody. You know, we were talking to your pa in the forge. He remembered Yavin.
He was still in Astoria last I saw.
No, like his essence was the forge.
Oh,
He's talking about
yes,
Graham Chew.
mother's gift. Oh my god. Sometimes I miss when he was that screw it, vain.
You know, he's talking about how hard it was to get you away from Yavin.
Really?
Yeah, I mean they all heard it.
It
If he
seems
looks
that
at you.
this forge, it preserved memories and a personality of Vulcan that is no longer present from when the forge was previously lit. The strangest thing about it, Kyra, was as it spoke of Yavin, it looked as if its memories faded away as it continued to tail after them. Which is bizarre considering it remembered everything else from the time.
You all still remember it as well, right?
I mean, I do.
I've never been to Yavin and I've been too isolated. I can't say I've heard of it before I met Mercury.
I mean, it's not like when you looked at the ring and you got all bright and light coming out you in the alley in Astoria, but
Load.
yeah. Yeah, gave her the ring that we found in the old wood, in the old mossy temple.
Your father's ring.
Yeah, and she got all bright and light shined everywhere, blinding people, and dang old looked like the sun came out in the middle of the day. She started talking about Yavin, and then all of a sudden, she just forgot all about it.
I do remember you being disappointed. I guess maybe not surprised at the same time. I am sorry for that.
Do you know of any forces stronger than the gods, maybe even the Titans? If
I
any
mean,
of the
it's
Titans.
definitely the Titans. They messing with us somehow.
Yavin, why you?
I mean,
Which Titan
jealousy.
disliked you the most?
Yeah, I mean, we probably some of the only sirens that didn't worship that SOB.
But does Sidon have that capability?
I
guess he
mean,
wouldn't need it. He could
after the
convince
500
Lutheria.
years, yeah, probably working with Lutheria.
You all sort of break down into this sort of analysis of the past few events. You can hear, sort of reaching your ears now, the applause and cheers of all of those gathered around you. As give me a little performance check with advantage, Mercury. Just want to know how.
Is it Alt, right? Or is it Control?
Shift.
Or is it
for
Shift?
advantage. Ooh, 23.
23.
Very nicely. Very nicely done, as Nerissa comes up to you. Well, that was very impressive. I can't say I've heard music like that before.
Yeah, I mean, it's from an island named Yavin. You never heard of it. No one ever hears of it. Rich in culture, known as the performing capital of this entire world, but you don't know about it.
Nyx gives like Mercury this very sympathetic, like look of kind of sadness.
Is this new since the last time I was here, Kyra? And she sort of looks over to her. I honestly don't know. I can't remember it either. And you haven't visited in well over 200 years. Well, can't say heads or tails of how dour you feel, but I'm glad that you're here, Nerissa says to you, Mercury.
I appreciate you throwing on this old shindig. It's always nice to celebrate and get around with friends and sing and dance and eat. This world needs more of it.
I am seeing that quite clearly. Well, feel free to continue to enjoy. I would not want you to lose yourself to grey thoughts.
Yeah.
Band of revelry. And
You're cutting out. Is he cutting out for anyone else?
Yep.
I said, and once again, the satyrs and the like get back to playing and continuing their bit of celebration.
I wonder, Mercury, if the ring was able to bring memories back. Perhaps other items from your home? I don't know if any of them made their way to Thylea, but if that ring did and you seem surprised to have seen it, there might be a chance that there's more.
I mean, I don't know. In all honesty, I feel like if it could be charged some way by like a divine spark or something, that might rejuvenate it, make it more powerful or something. Catch the eyes of, yeah, but I don't know. I mean, shit. I just feel like, I don't know. You ever feel like you're cursed or something? Like the world's just out to get you?
Showing her mark.
Yeah, of course you probably do. I mean, it's just, how do you deal with it?
Honestly, Mercury, it's been more of a feeling of resignation, just a sort of numbness when I think about it. I've lived with this fact for 500 years. I emerged for not even a month before Lutheria took my moms away from me. And after that, my entire island cluster shunned me and thought it was because of a deed of kindness that my mom performed before we were emerged. Right before the Oath of Peace was signed. They thought Lutheria was punishing them for their act and left me behind to bear the burden.
Yeah. I tell you.
But
Fucking Titans.
You shouldn't have that same kind of resignation as I do. It sounds like there's at least some bit of hope that Yavin can be found again. As for me, the fates can't even see where my threads lie. My future is unknown to the Oracle, to the fates themselves, to my own visions. But it looks like your thread is clear. So you have hope.
I mean,
And you can cling on to that, and I suggest that you do. I can't say that it's very much the same for me.
yeah, but I mean, the fates are coming to you in a dream. That ain't nothing to just balk at.
You don't... It wasn't... You say the fates come to me and it's nothing to balk at, but also remember Lutheria's done the same.
Yeah. I mean,
And the fates, though they can see our threads, I do not consider them quite benevolent.
I don't know about you, Nix, but the way I kind of look at it, we beat Sidon's creatures back in Astoria. We beat Letheria's Sivarus or whatever it is, even though it was its new mutation. I mean, the way I look at it, we up 2-0.
You're right. And you'll probably get to see it through. You need to remember about me, Mercury's death looms in the back of my mind. Sophia said it herself, this mark. I'm destined for death, some sort of end. Any creatures of Lutheria that we've encountered, they've targeted me. The goatlings, the wolves, the Cerberus. I don't know what it is she gets out of toying with my life, or why it is she wants to see me die and yet toy and dangle death before me the way she does, but I can't say if I'm being honest with myself, I can't say if I actually will see this journey to the end. I may just be a part of it to help to get all of you there. And if that is my destiny, and that is where my thread ends, then so be it. All that matters to me is that I see her fall, that nobody else has to live almost a millennia like I have, under the same kind of shitty life that she's caused.
Well, we'll make her pay.
Yeah, we will. I begin to take another sip from my chalice that I've acquired somehow. Cards in one hand, chalice in the other.
Right. With that, the sun begins to set. It comes now to 6:30. The shift in demeanor is not great. It is still very much just revelry into the night. Though if you find yourself craving sleep, it comes to you with ease in spite of the noise. And throughout time's passage, more satyrs join in the festivities, along with the setting sun, a strange group. One that clashes quite heavily with those that you've already seen. Nyx and Inferior quick to recognize the twisted horns, the odd body paint, the long, painful claws of Maenads, wafting in from between the trees and looking over the celebration with greedy and hungry eyes. And they're met quite quickly with Nerissa. And you can see them sort of gather in front of her, and she sort of looks them up and down and over. You can see her mutter some words to them, and this strange sort of light shimmers across them on their necks, the sort of golden chain pattern. Something hard to decipher from this distance, but something that sheds a bit of light off of them. As once each of them have this on them, she sort of turns her backs to them and heads back into the party, and the Maenads follow, dancing and singing with just genuine glee and no murderous intent.
She's bound then.
She's quite powerful indeed.
As in... Oh, go ahead.
I know not her motives, but as far as I can tell, no harm seems to be here. This space is safe for us.
Indeed.
Even more so. If Kyra trusts her, perhaps we should too. But Nyx continues to look warily at the Maenads despite her words.
I find myself weary of all the people. I'm going to retreat into the trees for a while.
Stay
And she
safe.
climbs the tree.
If you find trouble, send Ibis.
I will. And then she literally climbs a tree. Big
I
tree.
just imagined us
Fine.
standing next to a tree, and then Imperia just like hugs a tree, and just shimmies up.
In the final moments of twilight with the setting sun, joined by Maenads, and now seemingly from the other side of the river, Dryads from the forest, more and more of these fey creatures gathered to this revelry and this celebration hosted by this strange benefactor. The night passes with a cheer, a hearty drink, good food, and merriment. As once
God.
oh, yep.
Do I get some Parisian centaur dick?
God damn it.
Flirting with the both of the guys both of the centaurs you rescued?
Yep.
Well, you know what you need to roll for.
I didn't roll for enough circumference before I started this game.
Give me...
I like that Sophia casts Tiny Hut by herself, so we can't really enter it. Because we're not there when she casts it.
Give me a charisma check with advantage and a charisma check normally.
Oh, it doesn't roll with advantage. I do have that one. That's the first one with the advantage. So 17 with advantage, and then the normal one, 11.
You find yourself unable, if that was your goal, to rope them both in for a little menage a trois, but one of them does seem to be quite keen on spending more time with you if you're so inclined.
That's fine. He was the cool one anyways.
Wait, so which one was at the food table? Oh, sorry.
Like which one of the centaurs?
It was like the body paint, wasn't it? No, not the centaurs.
The body paint was like congregated on like a small sort of square table off to itself after Narissa seemed to sort of spring it into existence. Want to go get painted? Or paint somebody?
No. I was going to pull the ultimate power move on people bothering Atreus because he's a grumpy old man. They tried to talk to him, and then he regales them of this wonderful story of irrigation techniques.
Oh, Atreus.
Go away, leave me
Funny
alone.
part is that's the kind of stuff
I
my
love him so much.
You have no
family would talk
idea the
about.
days I just had. I have
Right.
my food.
As then
What party? No, I'm a killjoy.
party of killjoys. With the night coming to an end, sounds like. Quite late in the evening, the music finally dies down, the embers of the fires as well. Food enjoyed seemingly almost endlessly, as though it's not quite as filling as it should be almost. And you are greeted in the morning by, in some cases, a sort of painful sun the next day, as you all are easily able to take a long rest.
Nice.
God, they drank too much wine last night.
Inferior does not feel very much sympathy for you.
I
7
do not
a.m. the
nurture
next
my
day.
egg. I do not nurture my egg tonight because that'd be awkward.
Not to worry, I have the
But
solution.
you did nurture him for the party, right?
Oh, does that count? Sure.
Yeah, I'll take it.
So I went back into the game.
Casting a little mage armor first thing in the morning.
Mage thing.
Always.
That was a mistake.
Obviously.
Oh, obviously. Okay. Waking up in the morning.
Mine wasn't.
Well,
After a night of good-natured dancing and feasting, storytelling from various satyrs and travel-throughs, the dryads and the like, looking around as the merciless sun approaches quite high in the sky, as it almost seems like you all have slept in a little bit, as it is about 9:01 a.m.
No, it's a
Narissa,
decent
I think-
hour finally.
I think Sophia went to bed early though.
It's hanging out my
Brendan was
dome.
shaking his head.
You drunk
Yeah.
fucks up.
yeah, sort of passing time, getting spells prepared. As looking around, Narissa is nowhere to be found. Gone in the night, it seems. You can see a group of gray maenads in what looks to be a sort of pain, with the merciless sun sort of shining into their eyes, the golden chains around their necks, this sort of strange tattoo seemingly still shimmering on them. They filter out and away from the circle, taking what look like large jugs of wine with them on the way out, and seem to sort of disappear into the brush, heading off into the wilderness once more. The dryads, some of them stepping into various trees, all of them holding their head, all of them both enjoying and regretting the events of last night. Though Sophia,
Mhm. As I'm about to go over the table and shove wine bottles myself into my bag.
you find quite quickly something amiss, even inside of your little bubble, your little dome of safety. You see just in front of you, on the ground, this strange little chalice. What looks like a line of dancing and reveling satyrs painted onto it. A board of fruits and will look like plant life and like vine leaves, just like sensible food coming out of the top of it, with a bit of water as well. As you find this strange Cantharos is the correct term for it. What you see just sitting on the ground in front of you.
Look around suspiciously, look at the dirt, see if
Where is
something
it?
dug its way in here.
It's inside her bubble.
Is.
Womp womp.
Yes. This is what you see.
We have booties.
Big old
Yes.
satyr booties.
Yep,
You can see
suspicious,
sort of-
checking the ground to see if something dug up in here. And killing people some more.
Looking around, you don't see any evidence of tilled earth or anything like that.
Everybody's sleeping and I'm sitting here. I'll do my precaution things first. Casting a bit of magic to see if this thing is enchanted in some way, and if it is, I'll do another chant or cast to see what it does. See if it has ill intent.
Yeah, you see a bit of transmutation magic on it with a little simple detect magic. And I'm assuming identify.
Yep.
Yeah. You identify it and you realize that this little tankard, this little strange little vessel that's been left to you, as you identify it, you notice a small little scroll rolled up and tied with what looks like a bright green bit of twine sitting next to the food as well. And you realize that this bit of transmutation magic has but a simple and almost kind of apropos purpose, as it will allow you to drink any ale, wine, or any other non-magical alcoholic beverage poured into it without becoming inebriated. It has no effect on magical liquids or harmful substances such as poison, but it is but a simple piece of magic. A tankard of sobriety, if you will.
Strange gift, I suppose. I don't know what they're trying to imply. Oh, well, thank you, creature beyond. Another player of the game who knows the rules and will not share them to the rest. And so I'll carefully use my mage hand to pick it up and drop it in the bag.
Only asking if you take it because I made it as an actual item instead of a journal entry, so I'm going to drag it onto your character sheet. There you go. Enjoy. It should be in. Right. I didn't. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, as I watch carefully as the Maenads fumble around in the camp before they leave, making sure that the magic that's keeping them peaceful doesn't wear off at a unfortunate moment. Then I'll go out and repeat what they did, filling my bags with wine.
Easily able to gather up. Give me a D8 plus 2. Hey, look at that. Getting yourself 8 gallons of wine. As the sun breaches through perhaps your tent or your wreathed feathers Mercury, you hear the slosh of liquid sort of startling you awake. You almost kind of think maybe you're like swimming or something. Oh, geez. And you realize you have something heavy leaning against you.
Like a person?
Large. Oh, I said not unless you want there to be one.
It's a penis.
As you were certainly quite impressive in your performance last. Yeah. As you find leaning against you this sort of artistic and heavy but well-made clay pottery. From it, a single spout coming out of the top, corked in pretty solidly with a little tiny scroll sitting on top of it, bound in green twine. And all around it on the sides are other little spigots coming out of the side of this thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This thing seems to be able to be poured from any direction.
A bong.
As you find this strange jug leaning against you.
It's the jug.
Dun dun dun.
I look over. What's Sophia doing? She filling her bags full of shit?
I'm assuming this is. I did that like hours before you guys are awake.
Yeah, she's like awake.
Oh.
You still be floating back into the side.
Nyx is waking up with a wicked hangover and just like slowly making her way to her horse and unfastening a jug from the side of its saddle and just drinking that desperately.
Hey, Sophia. You know what the hell this thing is? Why's it got so many holes?
I don't know. It looks like a jug. Why?
I don't know. I just found it by me.
Oh, there's stuff all over the place.
Like, why are the corks different colors?
Are you implying that's magic or what?
I mean, I don't know about you. I ain't seen too many jugs with like all these different holes in it and all these different colored corks. And I mean, we were just at like a Seder party in the middle of the woods with a goddess. And I mean, if this shit ain't magical, then I don't know what in.
They seem to have been left a similar gift of sorts. The most likely. Give it here and I'll see what it does.
Alright.
So, put my journal back in. Looks like I was sketching, just sort of sitting off to the side of the party, sketching the remnants of the party from last night. Looking like a fucking battle scene with the bodies strewn about.
Yeah, you have to take this artwork and do your own depiction of what this looks like when it ends.
I drew a picture of what's her face, but there was no reward, so fuck her.
As taking a look at Mercury's reward for participating, you find, with a bit of identify, that this is the Jug of Komost, a wondrous little item, something that is one of a kind. Ceramic jug that appears to hold a gallon of liquid and weighs about 12 pounds, whether it's full or empty. You can always hear the sounds of sloshing from within, even if it is empty. And you can use an action and name one liquid from the table below to cause the jug to produce the chosen liquid. And you can uncork it and pour it out. Oh, dear God. As the... you can uncork it as an action and pour the liquid out up to 2 gallons per minute. And the maximum amount of liquid that the jug can produce depends on the liquid named. Once the jug starts producing a liquid, it can't produce a different one for 1 round. For more of one that has already reached its maximum, it can't produce any until the next dawn. And it can produce 12 ounces of bone broth, 3 gallons of any kind of fruit juice, 4 gallons of mead, 1 gallon of honey, 2 gallons of mayonnaise, 2 gallons of olive oil, 2 gallons of vinegar, 2 gallons of ketchup, whatever the hell that is, 12 gallons of fresh water, and 2 gallons of wine.
Why would you give him that? Why would you give him mayonnaise?
As I rip a page out of my journal, stick it on top of it, and slide it back over to Mercury with all the instructions on it.
Look it over. What the hell is ketchup?
It's a tomato sauce. It's expensive. It's made with sugar.
Well, alright. So I'll just tip it over. What?
Putting it on your character sheet because it's an actual item.
me just hit the C button so I can pull up my character sheet.
Hey, there. Jug of Komost.
Jug of.
I just did that.
That you
I
can
was
just hit
like,
C?
Yes!
Yeah, I had my gaming keyboard up and I accidentally touched the C button over on the corner, and I'm like, where's my character sheet up? And then I pushed it again, I'm like, oh. I don't have to do pop-up anymore, I can just hit C.
That's so
if you,
cool.
If you hit the letter
Oh
C,
my
it
god,
just
and it
opens
makes it
up
go
your...
away.
Yep.
Holy shit.
So if you hit C, it comes up. If you hit it again, it goes away.
We're
I'm gonna
learning.
hit all the buttons now.
My
see what
life is
happens.
forever
I
changed.
know what happens if I hit.
Mm-hmm.
As I say, I'm just gonna get up with my friends still there. They leave. It's been like hours.
Yeah, you around the time that Sophia woke up, you would have heard to your chagrin, a few of you, the sound of Ianthe going around along with her sergeants, waking the various centaurs up. First, it seems like almost patiently before a few barked orders and the rustle and clang of metal as they all roused and departed with heavy footfalls away from the first ones to leave.
But before he leaves, what's his name? His name God.
What's his name, God?
Yeah,
Albert,
God.
Frank, Joe, Caputo, Kapla.
I have my X card ready.
You
Centaurius.
have your X card ready? Well, in case he has a stupid name.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The man was Manius, this guy is Centaurius.
Oh my fucking
X.
god.
Horseus.
Horsey! Brendan, I hate you.
His name was Primides.
Spell it.
Perimedes. Primides.
Instantly forgotten.
Trinities.
Okay, I'm stupid. Can you type that in the chat?
Like perimeter, but like Medes.
Prinides.
Primides.
Alright. Now, what was the other guy's name?
Rotius.
Here, I'll give you some options here. Just one of these. Yeah. You just store those away there for you, Jordan. I got you covered.
I mean, I almost thought he wasn't going to call them when I brought you guys over to celebration.
I mean,
blow the horn.
Thamos likes to fuck, so.
In case you can't remember, the commander was Ianthe. Primides is the one you fucked, Rotius is the one you didn't, and Ianthe was their commander.
Ianthe was the pretty buff one.
Oh man, only
Buff
one
one
out of
with the
three.
mane of white hair.
Buff Centaur Nyx.
Who Infuria was casually checking out from the tree, if I remember reading that. Oh.
Yeah,
Treats the tree to casually stare.
I'll wake up like for a bit to see them off, but then I'll just probably get back to sleep immediately and wake up several hours later.
Gotcha. As in short order, the various satyrs, and other hangers-on of the revelry wake up and grab a bite to eat and sort of make their way in a sort of drunken hangover back to from whence they came. And it's just you all. And the goddess Kyra, who seems to be sitting on a rock, pleasantly sort of perhaps tuning or adjusting something with that strange instrument.
Well, should we get going?
Oh, are you all ready?
Look around.
Hop out of a tree.
Oh,
I guess ready as I'm gonna be for the day, yes.
well, you hung over.
Yes, terribly so.
Do you need some like water or juice or?
Nyx unfastens
Oh.
another jug off her saddle.
Oh shit! Everything
Not
went
to
white.
worry, I have solution for this. As Atreus pulls out. Oh god, who has the cauldron?
I do.
Oh god, who had the cauldron?
Well, Mercury
Alright,
or
hand over the cauldron.
Eddie does.
Yeah, Eddie does.
All right, here you go. You
Alright,
gonna
where's
cook us
Eddie?
something?
Alright, Eddie, hand over the cauldron. Alright. I have a very simple recipe, handed down by friends that
Get yourself a
were.
trading point for that, plus your comments on Yavin. I think I might have missed it when I was sucked into it.
I have
The
one
more
training
less
point.
ascetic variety. Alright. As he rubs his hands together, how does this thing work again? Don't have like to give it a silver piece or something?
You gotta put money in it.
Yeah, silver,
Yeah,
purple,
I
or
had to
cancer
put money
feed.
into the vending machine. Go whatever I want.
Mm.
You
So
mean a
in the
lepta?
Yeah.
I think it is a lepta.
So how they usually made it was that they would get the pot, alright? They would take water, they would boil it with some sort of wheat plus water, like, I don't know. They called it pasta, it was kind of weird, now that I think about it. But, no, they boiled that to cook it. Then they added cheese. And then,
All right.
oh, what was it called? Pork belly.
Okay.
And then they just put it
Belly.
together.
In a pot.
Yeah.
In-
Wait,
just
what
cook-
kind of cheese? You got that per whatever the
Fish
hell
on.
Sophia said?
I'm very sure it's like goat. I think.
Oh, goat cheese.
I don't know.
Can
Anyways, I
you,
don't know what they called it. It was something weird.
can you replace it with peel? Is that how you say it? Peel?
It's very expensive cheese. Made
I
from
don't know. We
foreign
were
creatures.
poor dirt farmer.
It was 10
Or
Yeah,
some
I
of them
was,
were.
I was about to say, I thought you were a farmer. Goat cheese
Yep.
makes sense.
They just took wheat, they ground the wheat, put it together with water, and then they put it into hotter water, and then added cheese and pork
Honestly,
pork
I'm
belly.
not sure which I'm more surprised, the fact that you know how to cook or the fact that you had friends.
What? Of course you got friends.
I mean, he's always so
Ow.
grumpy. I just assumed that you don't like people.
Atreus puts his hand over where that giant sky was. Oh.
My heart.
I might. I'd wait.
Anyways, I'm
He's
pretty sure
not
they called this
grumpy.
carbonara.
He's just one of them strong, silent types.
My night
And you
in
said,
planning
so this cheese
Yes, it
cooked
just turned
dough
into, like,
concoction is
cheese
gonna
sauce.
help the hangover.
I mean, cheese helps a lot of things. It really does.
Or at least it tastes good.
I heard more alcohol helps for hangovers.
I've learned that it's not the case. Somebody told me the first time this happened to me, and I've learned since then.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard somebody tell me that you're supposed to drink like hair of the dogs. And I'm like, you ain't drink no dog hair. That don't make no damn sense. I say you just eat something.
So
I
do
know
you,
what
Yes,
that's
it has
referring to. I
lots
just
of,
don't
from
know
what
what
I've
actually
seen, it just has a lot of fat in it. Fills up your stomach.
Where's Mercury's jug in the game?
it
It's
is
an item on his
so
character
it's
sheet.
actually on his character sheet.
So I can't see it.
What do you want to know?
I just don't remember what the fuck the name of it was.
Oh, it's the jug of cuckoo caca coco. Hold on, let me hit C. I'll hit C and it'll pop up. The jug of Comost.
I'm sure that's
In
not how you
any
spell it,
case-
but oh well.
No, that's
Yes.
how you spell it. You don't think I can read and type?
No, I mean I don't think I can spell it. Oh, that okay. I didn't realize you wrote it out. All right.
Yeah, I wrote it out in there for you.
Oh, he was talking about his own spelling of it. Do you toss
Yeah, I just
in
guessed how to spell it. And I knew
some
it was spelled
lepta
right.
to feed everyone, Atreus?
I don't know if they want some. I guess. Does it feed all of us?
Yeah.
You can put
10
up to
lepta
10.
per person.
So you get
It's
to
like
decide how much you want.
Alright, everyone pay for yourselves. You're just being
Okay.
kind to Nyx.
But it
Have
was
a
a 10 per
lepta.
person, was it? I thought it was 10 total.
Oh yeah, it's 10 total. My
It's
bad.
up to 10. It's up to 10, and it's 1 lepta per person.
Yeah. I'll put a lepta in.
I'll put a lepta in.
Sure.
I
Cheaper than
appreciate your
rations.
kindness, Atreus. Thank you.
Y'all
Thumbs
want
up.
anything to drink? Like any kind of juice?
No,
Apple
just
juice would be wonderful.
Is that your favorite kind of juice?
Yes.
And I'll be like, all right, and I'll just grab this jug and apple juice, and I just this one.
You can see,
I just-
yeah, you can see one of the corks just sort of shift a little bit as you use the action, and like sort of like a distinctive little. Oh God, my lips are dry. I can't actually do it. Yeah, pop noise, indicating the right.
You got a cup? You got a chalice? I mean, I
leftover
could just
ones all
pour it
over
in
the
your
place.
mouth.
Chug, chug, chug.
I don't exactly have one of my own, but. And I turn around and grab one off the table. I could use this.
All right, and I'll just pour you some apple juice.
Thank you, Mercury.
With apple juice and pork carbonara. First thing in the morning after a crazy party.
Yes. Oh, you can feel your arteries stopping. Oh, it's great. It's what you need.
Oh my God.
Nyx gained
It's
5
just
pounds
fat.
in this morning.
It's literally just fat. It's all fat.
It's
Yeah.
fat all the way down.
Kira.
Yeah, fatty
Very
pork
good at
belly. I remember making
Mhm.
this like once with ramen. It was pretty great. You never put the seasoning packet. Fuck the seasoning packet. That's how you get wops.
Okay, you want some food? Did you eat? Yeah, you eat.
You don't do?
If I want. But go on, help yourselves. I'm good to go on to the road. Continue on.
Just finish up eating. Be like, all right, we ready?
Eat the food. Drink the apple juice. Get on the road.
30 minutes as it's 9:56:30 as you all head back onto the road once more, continuing now following the bins and paths of the river, traveling through the valley without really any issue for quite some time.
Did Manius get any?
Menaeus had a wonderful time with 2 satyrs, one male, one wonderful time, and is happy that you care so much about him.
Telling his wife. Cheap.
Wife's been dead for 10 years.
Telling his new wife.
He doesn't have a new wife.
His 7 children. I'm telling them all.
Leave
Continuing
the man
on,
alone.
toward the end of the day, after some speedy travel, boom, 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 boom. Coming on about 6 p.m. or so, the sun setting once more. Astoria quite close, but perhaps just one more leg of travel away. The raucous celebration slowing down your travel a little bit, but some might say it was well worth it. You come around the bend of both the river, a ways away from you now, falling down from the steps that you've been sort of walking up to get over here. And you can see rock face on your right and a grisly sight before you on this path.
Uh-oh.
A large feathered cat standing, well, eating in the middle of the road. A large head like an eagle pecking down at the remains of what you can only guess a horse. Man wrapped up in red now armor lays dead on the ground. Second, standing right behind him, two griffins pecking down at this unfortunate rider. His arms and armor, no match, seemingly scattered to the ground. These creatures seem intent upon enjoying their feast. It does not seem to have noticed you. Eh?
On a slew of like 12 centaurs that we left the road a couple days ago.
Spawn yourself into the little box.
Do our horses fit?
Yeah, horsos.
No, your horses disapparate into nothingness.
Eddie, no! Oh no,
Ah,
I tried the wrong spot.
Mercury, I see you
Everyone
out here.
brings out their mounts.
Let's go, Mercury. Into
I'm
the
out
abyss we
the
get.
abyss.
Run!
Yes, drag me everywhere. We'll go around the whole map. Oh, I'm back.
I can do it in layers.
Oh no, fog of
Oh
war.
no. It went away.
I say here, I'm just going up here and do this because that's what we do.
Wait, what do I know about griffins? Like, what do we know about griffins?
Yeah.
Are they like malicious creatures or just like normal predators or like are they
They
intelligent?
Strange monsters.
I mean, don't worry, I got this. I can talk to him. I think.
Do we?
I can
Are they like? How are griffins usually regarded by like civilization? Are they like bears? Are they things that like you don't really want to mess with? Is this just an unfortunate thing, or does this? I don't know. Trying to understand my character's headspace coming upon this.
Like most strange monsters in Thylea, they are the results of Lutheria fucking with things. There is nothing that is a combination of animals into some strange monster that is not the result of her fiddling with things and slapping things together for the fun of it.
What you put together? An eagle and a horse?
Eagle and a lion.
No, that makes more sense.
I'm just gonna move forward, be like,
as the head seems to sort of bloody beaks peer up and over at you, and you can see one of them spread out their wings in a display of size and arrogance, seeming to try to force you back and away from it.
I'll spread out my wings too.
Shall I try to speak with the beasts?
I'm gonna call out.
Fairy. What's your animal handling modifier?
I have speak with animals, okay? I have
Not
a
you,
spell
Mercury.
for this.
Oh, what's my animal handling? You want me to roll one? I'll roll one.
So I want to know if it's even possible.
I mean, you never know.
Because what, on that 20, you'd get like, what, a 20?
I get a 21.
Need to roll. This one just sort of screeches at you, frustrated as, what are you doing, Inferior?
Wait, let me... So I know that they're Luceria's monsters. I cast Speak with Animals.
Forewarning, you would know that they are not beasts.
I would tell you, indeed. I'm just
Speak with animals only works with beasts, but these would be considered monsters, so they're not in the same category.
They're not considered. Okay, never mind then. I don't do that. Whoa, you can
Properly
like.
mounted to your mounts.
Whoa. I didn't know you could do that. That's cool. So I guess I don't do that. So then I guess I don't do anything. Because all of my stuff is about beasts.
These
Or I
things are
guess
not naturally occurring animals. They are, the results of her fiddling with things. Though their griffins, like, are not seen as like evil creatures. Most of her weird sort of creations that are just the fusion of various naturally occurring animals aren't explicitly evil. Most of them don't really have intelligence. They are very similar to beasts, but much more powerful more often than not, and much more threatening.
I see. So then if I could cast command instead.
I think command specifies that they have to understand you.
I understand your language. And I don't speak their language.
You don't speak burb?
No, I speak beast and plant.
And as
Not monster.
As you're all looking at this this site, one of them now bringing its wings back to itself and going back to pecking at the horse. You can hear quite easily, Nyx, what sounds like the chitter and scrape of talons up and to your northwest, up beyond the cliff, where you can truly see this rock structure here, about 15 feet total in height. What sounds like perhaps another griffin pecking and tearing at metal up above, outside of your line of sight.
I was approaching forward, getting ready to cast magic, but I could see this griffin, and I just nudge my horse to just back away a little as I direct the group over to the cliffs. There are more than just the ones on the ground. There could be more even further. Are we going to risk it, or are we going to try to get around?
I mean, can I tell what sort of armor that guy's wearing?
It's hard to, from that distance, with him covered in blood. What are you looking for specifically? Just whether or not it's
Like colors, or like if it looks like something from like Astoria or Mitros, or
oddly enough, you do manage to pick out through the blood what looks like a bit of blue and white, the signature colors of Mitros on his helmet.
I mean, it looks like a rider from Mitros. We can't just leave
Doom,
these
though.
things here to pick off other people on the path.
Agree. Might be riders asking for help after what Kira said about Mitros. Or, actually, I didn't hear that conversation. After what we heard about Mitros and the storms.
Thermos is going to tell Skelos to just kind of hop over Treyas and Porta Miles.
I can try to cast some magic that would give a bit of an aid against the ones closest to us over there, pointing to the ones feasting upon the man in armor and horse. But that's certain to rouse the others.
Sure, Mario, I'll get their attention. So, if no one's going to stop me.
As right before Thamos says, I'm going to grab their attention, I'm going to cast Bless on some people.
Sweet.
All right, seeming to pay you no real mind, not initiating combat by doing so. You target him.
Alright, hold on, I gotta do something. I'm gonna do something. This button, maybe. That button. Nope, doesn't roll. Fine. Game's broken.
Nice.
Game's broken. Wait, I'll hit C. Then it'll open it. Now I'll push the button. Now I'll push the button. Ha! I'm gonna use one sorcery point. As I'm going to upcast. That's right, it's one sorcery point to increase the level by 1. So at 3rd level, which is actually 4th level, I will cast Bless. Which would mean what? 3, 4, 5, 6? Is that right?
Oh, yeah.
So I will give it to myself. I'll give it to Thamos. I'll give it to Inferior, Atreus, Bartholomeus, and Nyx.
Go in to your
I'll find you,
give
bless.
yourself bless. Right click, you get the little explosion guy. Looks like the dude with the energy coming off of him. And then bless should be the wings with the angel.
Wings with
Wings.
That's a lot of icons.
Yeah, it's a lot of icons.
armor of
I found it.
Agathis.
What row?
It's about middle. It's right underneath the boot. It's on
First
the
column,
left column. Yep, the
Up.
farthest left column.
5 from the
I wish
bottom.
is there any way you could make that alphabetical?
I'd have to put them in there. A pain in the butt to put them in there.
I'm going to, cause since they're paying us no mind, I'm going to take advantage of our current situation and try to do a little bit of, oh gods, where is it? I see the future.
Calling
Use
on
my
your channel
prophetic-
divinity, burning
Yeah.
a bit of incense, calling on your
As waiting for Thamos to do his thing.
It's everyone done. You guys good?
What does Bless do again? I have to remember this.
D4 to all attack rolls and saving throws.
Thank you. That's what I thought I had to check.
got for me, Theos.
Sorry, I was putting the rest of the thing. Because Thamos is going to walk up close to these creatures and start banging his sword on his shield, yelling like, "Hey, get the fuck out of here, you uglies! Get out of here!"
Go on, get!
As now both of them turning up towards you as one moving, sort of stepping one of its large, heavy paws on this guy's helmet and what remains of his head. You can hear this bent of metal and this wet crunch as both of them flare out their wings towards you and seem to shift their posture like they're going to attack. As that is where we're going to end tonight's session.
Oh,
Hey!
Caw, motherfuckers.
As with a forge relit, a wonderful little celebration, and a stranger from another land met, Kyra rejoining the oracles chosen for the adventures ahead, and now seemingly scribbling down notes as you all engage these strange creatures of Lutheria. Not evil, but twisted monsters nonetheless. We'll have to come back next Sunday and see how it all goes for you, along with returning finally to Astoria, meeting Vulcan, finding out the whole deal with the Mithril Forge, and maybe providing a little bit of guidance for those of you who may feel yourself maybe misunderstanding things. But
I mean, we
shall
could
see.
die.
Yeah, you could just die in this Griffin fight, to be honest.
We
there
could just
are
roll all
so
nat
many
ones, and they could just
Griffins.
all roll
They-
nat 20s.
Yeah, they all just crit you.
Yeah.
They just focus fire. Theos gets crit and dies immediately.
I mean, you never know. The dice gods just might hate us when we don't roll above a 3.
exactly.
But until next time, I want to thank you all so much for watching and for hanging out with us tonight. I want to thank Elefina for following. I appreciate it. The Nat 30s, Racer Texas, Johnny Thunder for the 36 months of Prime sub. Thank you so much for your help. The Clean Foul also for following, and Caramel Shell for following as well.
Oh, that's
You
a
all
good
have
name.
been excellent. Yeah, Caramel Shell. It's like caramel, but like more complicated, more meaty. I certainly hope you all had a bit of fun and enjoyed being able to just sort of relax and conversate. I loved the role playing from you all, and I hope that you will look forward to next week's session right here on Lionhead Gaming. of Heroes of Thylea at 5 p.m. Eastern this upcoming Sunday. We do as well have more D&D for you throughout the week. As this upcoming Tuesday, we will continue Kingdoms of the South as our Apex Alliance have a final Feywild portal to confront, the second closing with the defeat of its strange guardians, or perhaps the success of a demonic mission to retrieve a powerful artifact on the other side. And we've also rescued or reacquired, or I don't know, we got a really hot and older Gus now who's also like a paladin and has been fighting demons and losing friends for a good 30 years. So he's a lot of fun.
He's also Stentorian.
And so he'll be joining us as we confront this final portal. So you will not want to miss the drama, the roleplay, the combat, the nat 20s from John, the nat 1s from us. It will be definitely worth watching this Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. And had a week off to plan, and we don't have much of a plan, but that's okay. The Valiant Vanguard will persevere nonetheless, with their guild hall taken over by the evil and miscreant-filled Hell's Hydras, a group of, I don't know, religious fanatics or something? I don't understand. They have taken over the guild hall, and they're all going to die for it, and I don't...
Oh, they're gonna die.
Yeah, they're oh my god. But we have hostages to save. That's what's really important. Is saving Jody and the wonderful little kobolds, and I guess the guards as well. Sure. And we'll see how that goes this Thursday as we try to distract, talk, maybe use a little bit of illusion magic, toss in our sneaky beaky rogue to go around and, you know, do rogue things. Lots of stabbing, blood everywhere, hostages being traumatized, but alive nonetheless. So you won't want to miss out on the craziness that I'm sure is to ensue this Thursday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern, right here on Lionhead Gaming. With that, though, that is all I have for you. So I want to give a big shout out to all of those of you who have watched, who have followed, who have cheered and subscribed. We're going to go ahead and share the love and see if any of our wonderful members of the Storytellers Union, the marvelous stream team that Lionhead Gaming is a part of, are streaming. Give them some love and give them a little raid. And yeah, I leave you with that and our final message. As always, may your dice roll 20s and you always make your saves.
Goodbye.
Toodles!
Later.
Wash your hands, it's not over.